Good morning, council. Please come to order. Okay, I said we were done with testimony at the end of the evening yesterday, but we had one person who had signed up to testify who we did not, he was online, but we weren't able to make the connection to have him unmuted. So with that, we will take one last testifier, Greg Wallace. Good morning, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning. Do you have me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Hi. Yeah, I just got done with the Bering Sea cod fishery. I'm in King Cove offloading my pots right now. So good morning. My name is Greg Wallace. I run the Seabrook 109-foot fishing vessel. We participate in the crab and the cod fisheries in the Bering Sea. I just wanted to call this morning to let you guys know that we have been actively doing gear modifications to try and restrict the amount of crab that we catch. A lot of people have been converting to sock tunnels. What we've been doing is, and we're going to take it to the next level, but we started making our tunnels more vertical so that there's no slope on the web for crab to crawl up. I'm bringing pots back to Kodiak now. We're going to actually go 100% vertical, straight up and down. There was the last batch we did, there was still a little bit of a slope on the web, on the tunnels for them to crawl up. Our numbers have gone down on the pots that we did push the tunnels out, so to speak. We're pushing them out towards the outer edges of the frame. And this next ones we're going to do, like I said, are going to be a straight vertical up and down with the tunnel eye all the way at the very top. And we're going to see how that's working for us. But I just want to let you guys know that we're doing, a lot of things to try and restrict the, we don't want to get any crab, the least amount as possible, leave the smallest footprint. And I also just wanted to say that I think that, crab needs to be, I don't really know how they do it with the bycatch for the other fisheries, but it seems like it should be more, I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say here, but it seems like the crab doesn't get as much priority as like halibut or salmon on the bycatch levels of things, and it seems like it should be prioritized more. And we've done a lot to, we've learned how to handle crab. I've been participating in crab fishing since 1988 in Alaska. We've come a long way in the handling of our crab, the length of how long we can keep them in our tanks to bring them back, because we have to bring them back alive to deliver them. So like we use water in our chute that goes overboard for anything that we don't want in our table. We have a water flow going through it, a 6-inch crab pump that pushes water to help anything that's not supposed to be in our pods out. So that's all. I just want to say what we're doing to try and actively, restrict what we get as far as bycatch. And it seems to be working for us. I've seen less numbers of crab these last 2 seasons that we've done some of these pods. And like I said, we're going to do a little bit more extreme this next go around here. I'm bringing pods home to Kodiak to modify here before the A season. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace, for your testimony this morning. Let me see if there's any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. I'm just curious, I didn't catch this there, if you're a member of the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, or I guess really more to my point, are you in contact with the folks that are doing other pot modification work to reduce bycatch in the BREP work and stuff that's going on with the pot cod guys, for instance? Or I'm just curious as to the extent that this sounds very interesting, what you're doing with vertical tunnels. And I just wanted to check to see if you're sharing that information with the other folks that are doing similar work.
I'm more of an independent guy. I'm just the captain. I believe this boat, the owner is part of the they're part of the program, and I know that the Campbells are pretty in touch with everybody else. So that's kind of on their level. I do know that they talk to the Lowenbergs a lot, and then we talk to Houston a lot. So there is, and that's one of the problems I think with this industry is there's so many independent guys, but we're finally starting to come together as far as trying to figure this out to leave the smallest footprint we can. So I'm pretty sure, I can't stay with 100%, but I'm 99% sure that the owners are in contact and communication with I'm in contact with other captains about what I'm doing and what we've been doing. But as far as any kind of formal organization, I believe the owners are taking care of that onto the next level, if that answers your question.
Looks like it does.
That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay, I don't see further questions. Thank you for your persistence in joining us this morning, Mr. Wallace.
All right, thank you guys. Good luck with this. It's a tough subject, so
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that will conclude public comment. Let's go ahead and stand down for 5 or 10 minutes and make sure we have motions in order and sent to Shannon. So quick stand up. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready for action on agenda item D2. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that is being posted right now. The council acknowledges the current low stock status for several key BSAI crab species and the impact it is having on harvesters, processors, and communities dependent on commercial crab fisheries. Science indicates changes in the ecosystem and temperature as the primary driver of poor crab recruitment and low abundance, which furthers the need for a comprehensive ecosystem-based approach in crab assessments, research, and management. The council identifies the Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab stocks as a priority conservation concern and takes the following actions at this time. Number one, the council will review an analysis of the emergency rule request to prohibit pelagic trawl, pot, and hook and line fisheries in the red king crab savings area and subarea at the December 2022 meeting. Number two, the council appreciates industry responses to requests for information on voluntary measures for implementation in 2023 and beyond to avoid BBRC and EBS snow crab and reduce crab mortality in the non-directed fisheries and to reduce discard mortality in the directed fishery. The council encourages all sectors to implement these voluntary measures in the 2020-23 season and provide a status report on the efficacy of these measures in December 2023. Number three, the council encourages continued research and testing on pot gear modifications, soak times, and handling practices that reduce unintended mortality of crab PSC. Evaluating the interactions of pelagic trawl gear with the seafloor and crab to inform modifications to reduce unintended mortality of crab PSC and impacts on benthic habitat, and methods to gather data on interannual and seasonal distribution of crab, such as additional surveys and tagging studies. It's a motion, Mr. Chair. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Right, seconded by Mr. Mesereau, and I note that the motion is posted on our e-agenda. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll address the motion elements in order. The first part of the motion really is intended to capture the spirit of the advisory panel motion that we received and the consistent testimony that we've received from crab fishery participants in terms of requesting that this council acknowledge the conservation concerns with particularly Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab and the impacts that it's having on fishery participants and communities. I wholeheartedly agree with this request and agree that this council should prioritize crab as a conservation concern, and that we also should accept the challenge of the testimony to think about crab PSC management in a different way, given changing climate conditions and the impacts it is having, not just on crab, but on all the species that we manage. The next part of the motion identifies the priority actions we can take at this time. The first one, in terms of the council reviewing the emergency rule request to prohibit pelagic trawl, pot, and hook and line fisheries in the red king crab savings area and sub area. As you recall, the council discussed this and took some action in the B reports earlier in this meeting to request that NPFMC coordinate with council staff on development of whatever analysis can be done in response to that emergency rule request by the December meeting, given the short turnaround in terms of needing to do an analysis for that request should the request be granted for the 2020-23 season. I think, as we discussed in that agenda item in the B reports, that bringing that analysis back to the council in December to give us the opportunity to review it and provide input to the agency in terms of its emergency rule request. I sincerely think that analysis, along with the 2 discussion papers we've received on Bristol Bay Red King Crab, and the first one in April of this year, and the second one here at this meeting, will allow this council and form a basis of information to initiate a regulatory amendment potentially through the normal rulemaking process to look at either seasonal or annual closures. And we can do that in December. We will have the information in front of us, I believe, at that time. In addition, scheduling that emergency rule analysis review in December for this council, as always, through our public process, will give us an opportunity to hear from all industry participants, both the crab industry and affected groundfish industry participants, about the impacts of those closures, in order for this council to provide recommendations both to the agency for the emergency rule decision and for any future action by this council. That will be helpful. Moving on to the next part of the motion here, in terms of the second item listed in the motion. I really wanted to highlight and acknowledge my appreciation for the industry responses to the information that this council requested on voluntary measures for implementation in 2023 to avoid Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab, to reduce crab mortality in the non-directed fisheries, and to reduce discard mortality in the directed fishery. The reason that I think this is so important is that, given the length of time that things can take in this council process, regulatory measures are not fast, that these voluntary measures are the most efficient and timely short-term tool that our industry has for mitigating fishing impacts on Bristol Bay Red King crab. And we've heard a fair bit of testimony that the measures that we can take now to help protect this stock, to avoid unwanted mortality, could be the difference in future years, potentially, in having a small fishery for the directed crab fishery. And that should be our objective right now. And so I definitely appreciate just kind of list the things that stood out to me in terms of what we heard. We received really helpful comments and input on the ongoing work to develop groundfish pot gear modifications aimed at reducing crab bycatch, crab PSC. And similarly, we heard about additional tools available in the directed crab fisheries, longer soak times, things like that, that could reduce the amount of crab discard and handling mortality. And I would encourage continued work on these and other approaches that we heard from the fixed gear, the pot fisheries, to reduce crab mortality. We also received from information from the offshore pollock fleet, the catcher processor pollock fleet, about measures they could take in terms of prioritizing attention to crab PSC, as well as from the Amendment 80 sector, had some very pretty extensive. I hope that the public read the letter in the request for information about the extensive measures the Amendment 80 sector is able to take, voluntary measures to try and reduce impacts of their fishery on crab. Moving on to number 3 in the motion. The council also requested information on potential research projects in order to make headway in terms of addressing unobserved mortality and gear modifications and any other issues that, again, could help mitigate fishing impacts on crab. And we did also receive information from all the affected sectors. We asked to provide information to us on the potential research projects and the status of those research projects. We heard testimony about some of the planned work, again, in the catcher processor pollock fleet to further evaluate the impact that pelagic trawl gear may have on crab and crab habitat. The council also received some input from the inshore pollock catcher vessel fleet and the Bering Sea Research Foundation regarding potential collaborative studies that could take place. And I was encouraged to hear about that and hope that those efforts could continue again. And then we also received testimony and written information from representative of the Amendment 80 sector about ongoing collaborative work with the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. And I think this is exactly the type of request we received from Alaska Bering Sea crabbers and crab fishery participants for collaborative research and to keep the process transparent and the communication lines open. And I certainly encourage that. I think that will be essential moving forward, again, to use our resources most effectively and efficiently. And finally, Mr. Chair, just a few additional comments. In this motion, I really searched, I was hoping to find ways to really pick up on the clear intention of the advisory panel motion to provide direction, specific direction to agencies, managers in the industry on the next steps, given the conservation concern related to BSAI crab stocks. But over the past few days, discussions with staff have made it clear that more specificity is needed with respect to that direction, as well as the direction in the SSC report to make the best use of staff, agency, and industry resources. And to provide that direction, I intend to work with council and agency staff over the next few months to develop a draft work plan, if you will, for the council's consideration to address BSAI conservation concerns. My intent for this draft work plan that I present for your consideration is to help the council identify conservation and management actions that are intended to restore and sustain Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab stocks. I would like to, again, build on advice from the advisory panel and crab industry representatives that this council work plan be comprehensive and prioritize reducing impacts on molting and mating crab, providing protections to improve recruitment, protecting habitat, and building in resilience to changing environmental conditions, predation, and fishing pressure. As we've discussed, I think, around this table and heard in testimony, this will be a challenging task. And again, we'll need to ensure we use our resources as efficiently and effectively as possible to tackle this challenge. And finally, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank council, federal, and agency staff for work on this discussion paper and the previous one we received in April 2022. Those two papers together provide a significant amount of information needed to evaluate potential management actions to address Bristol Bay Red King crab conservation concerns. And I would really just like to express my appreciation to staff for that. I'd also like to thank the SSC for reviewing this discussion paper. Recall, the SSC typically does not review discussion papers. And they had to really shoehorn this into their schedule. And it was not a small ask. And I appreciated the SSC's discussion. I think there are some really helpful recommendations in that SSC report that I would like to dig into and work through over the next couple of months to help us move forward. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, I plan to do that along with working with other staff and hope to be able to provide some more specific direction and prioritization related to those recommendations at a future meeting. Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. Would you anticipate that we would see that work plan in December when we also see the emergency action analysis so that we could put it all together into a regulatory package if there are appropriate things to do that with?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mesro, thank you for that question. That is my intention, yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Baker, thanks for the motion. I wonder if you could just clarify your intent on one aspect of it in the language asking folks from the industry to provide a status report on efficacy of these measures in December 2023. Who from the industry do you intend to target with that request? For example, would it be just co-op members, individual fishermen, et cetera? Could you clarify that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. My intention would be to target representatives, which usually means trade industry representatives of participants in the non-directed fisheries that catch crab and the directed crab fisheries, much as we received at this meeting in terms of the request for information. It's a little challenging for the non-directed fisheries group because although most of those affected fisheries, the pollock fishery and the Amendment fishery are rationalized and have cooperative structures, the Pacific cod pot fisheries, for example, do not. And I think it's essential that we also request information from the pot cod fisheries that they have done an excellent job of providing at this meeting. I think that's absolutely critical because those pot cod fisheries impact crab as well. And of course, we want to consider those impacts. I also want to compliment and appreciate the information we've received from representatives of the directed crab fisheries at this meeting for exactly the same reasons. And there's not quite a cooperative structure there that maybe I can envision, but we did receive very coordinated testimony from the directed crab fisheries that are along the lines of what I think is tremendously helpful and would be helpful a year from now.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Just one question in your the third section there, the third with the 3 bullets. We heard over the course of the last day or so some discussion about interactions with the seafloor and some crab with things like hook and line and long line. Is that implicitly in your research and testing in that group somewhere? Did you intend it to be excluded or was it included?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Williams, thank you for that question. Because that gets exactly to what I was grappling with this motion in terms of what I felt I could comfortably speak to at this point in time. What's included in the motion is essentially encouragement for continued work on the specific research projects we heard about in the request for information and through testimony at this meeting. I really appreciated that information. I think we heard about some really positive discussions and collaboration. And my intention with number 3 is to encourage those specific discussions and projects to continue. I think there are, as you say, additional potential research projects, and that could be very valuable in terms of our comprehensive approach to address concerns about crab PSC management. But I had difficulty essentially figuring out in some cases what those were and how to give effect to them. And I think many of them were captured in the SSC report that I am in my comments on the motion. I spoke to committing to working with our staff and members of the SSC and appropriate research experts to tease out some of those issues and what are the most important research questions, what would be an objective of a project, and then what data sources do we have available or would need to build on. Those were the questions I was trying to put together to move forward with, some substantial SSC recommendations to move us forward. And I just I guess I would remind the council and the public, we are in the busiest time of year for our crab science and management staff right now. And so I just wasn't able to get that specificity that I was hoping to get. And so that is a really long answer to your question, but yes, there are other research projects that I can see having value that I think it would be helpful for this council to encourage. And my hope is to have more detail on those in December.
Further questions for Ms. Baker? Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to explore the work plan idea with you for a second. You mentioned that staff would be contributing. Is the work plan something that you will be developing in consultation with various staffs and bring that forward in December? Or is it a paper that staff will prepare in discussion with you and post to our e-agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. I was envisioning the former because I am highly sensitive, given our theme of conversations throughout this meeting about tasking. And so since I don't have specific tasking right at this moment, I don't think it's responsible to actually make a request of staff. There's that. And so I am committing to do the legwork along with our ADF&G federal fisheries staff to gather that information, not just from staff. I also intend to work with industry on getting input for that, because I think there's been some really helpful information provided in testimony through the advisory panel motion. And I think it's very clear that particularly crab fishery participants have some ideas about what that work plan would look like. So I think given that is my intention for developing that work plan, I think it's a little bit broader than just a staff requested paper. So is that helpful?
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few questions here, but I'll start with your first paragraph, Ms. Baker, saying that science indicates changes in the ecosystem and temperature is the primary driver of poor crab recruitment and low abundance. So this indication, this hypothesis that this is, I think in some respects, we heard some testimony that questions whether we can make an assumption that this is the primary driver. There's other primary drivers as well that we've heard a lot about, like predation, this unknown amount of unobserved mortality in the fisheries. So I'm just curious as to, I haven't heard that that this was the primary driver, that this is a hypothesis. This could be a primary driver. When we look back, there's been a lot of ups and downs in this red king crab fishery, in times when we could say that it maybe wasn't the ecosystem and temperature, that there's other things going on like the cod predation and things. So I just wanted to ask you about that question, that you have made that conclusion.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. My basic answer is that tracking the crab plan team and SSC discussions of all of the different stock assessments that we do for crab at this time of year through the harvest specifications process, that sentence there is my takeaway for what essentially scientific knowledge about the driver of the current condition of Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab stocks. And so that was my takeaway. And I recognize the other factors that you mentioned, but that's why I put that in there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, and I appreciate the recognition of these other factors as well. So important to a lot of people, but and then I'm just looking at this motion overall and trying to think, well, what action are we actually taking here? So I just wanted to run through a couple of the actions that we're taking and ask you about those. So one of the actions that we're taking that's outside of this kind of council appreciates, council encourages, council will review, that kind of stuff. But one of the action things that I think we're actually doing here is identifying the Bristol Bay Red King Crab as priority conservation concerns. And so what does that mean? I mean, how does that address the number of comments that we heard on stock prioritization, or does that mean we're going to look at that at some time in the future? I'm just curious as to what that action, it seems like that's an action that we're taking here, something that we haven't done, but we are doing, or maybe you can correct me on that. I'm just wondering what action that actually does. What does that actually do?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, thank you for that question. And much like Mr. Williams' question, I think that's the crux of the issue that I'm struggling with. And I think it's clear, given, again, sitting through, excuse me, all of the stock assessment presentations that we got at this meeting, it seemed important from the testimony that we received for the council to acknowledge that key BSAI crab species are a conservation concern for this council. I am acknowledging that in writing because I think that's an important statement for this council to make, as well as the impact that those low stock levels are having on fishery participants and communities. I think the what does that mean is what I was referring to when I along with staff have been struggling for the past couple of days I was really trying to pick up the SSC recommendations to figure out how to provide specific direction to staff, agency, industry, like we were asked to do and like was characterized in the advisory panel motion. I thought it was very, very articulately put, but I don't have an answer to exactly that how right now, because there are so many things we've been asked to look at and that we're hearing are important. And that is the idea of the work plan that I'm committing to work on with staff to try and figure out what that how looks like and what does it mean to make BSAI crab species a priority in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. So on this work plan and that you're working on, and I appreciate that's the term you're using, and I think that's that helps people understand kind of how we're going to use what this motion you've put forward to come up with maybe some items that would be actionable. On the timing on this issue, so the council is going to review this analysis in December, and I appreciate that you've highlighted it. That's exactly what we're going to do this, and that's I feel that's probably a good place for that. But so when I'm thinking about that, I'm just looking at how do we get this, what's the timing to where we might get to a place where there's we've had a lot of public testimony about wanting some action, some closures, and a list of other 9 bullet points, I think, that were in the Crabber's letters. We heard a lot of testimony and stuff. But so let's say in December, we review this analysis, and then I'm guessing the main point at the council at that point is going to be, and this is a question, the question is timing. In my mind, then we would decide whether this emergency action meets the criteria or it does not meet the criteria. I think that's going to be our main point of reviewing this, and we could follow through with that. But so then the earliest we could maybe do something is if the emergency action, for instance, met the criteria and the secretary decided to do something, then if we decide we want to protect the Bristol Bay Red King Crab savings area, to be more particular, how do you see that timing unrolling in a way that protects the Bristol Bay red king crab or allows us to at least make a decision on that or get an analysis in front of us. Would we, at the end of the December meeting at staff tasking, would that be the next opportunity that the council has to initiate an actual analysis to look into the closure of the Bristol Bay red king crab savings area and other things, but to be specific on that. So I'm just looking for you to kind of run through the timing for me of how you would see us using this motion to get to a place where we could look at initiating an analysis on the things that we've been hearing in public comment for some time.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. The short answer is yes, as you described it. We are scheduled to receive that, to review and provide input on that emergency rule analysis in December. I think that analysis, whatever is able to be done in the compressed time period, along with the information in our April 2022 and October 2022 Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion papers, can be used as a basis by the council at the December 2022 meeting, should it choose to initiate a regulatory amendment through the normal rulemaking process to do annual or seasonal closures to the red king crab savings area and sub area. I think we will have the information to make that decision in December, should we choose to initiate an analysis through the normal rulemaking process. I appreciate, again, the opportunity for the council to review and provide input on the emergency rule request. But even if that is not implemented, I think this council, well, I know this council will still have information in December to make a decision as to whether any types of closures of the red king crab savings area and sub area, we want to initiate a regulatory amendment through the normal rulemaking process on that as an approach, like you say, to protect Bristol Bay red king crab and its habitat.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. And so on back on the timing issue, though, I'm seeing that I agree that whether we find that emergency action that we'll look at in December meets the criteria or doesn't meet the criteria, I think either way, the council was may want to, at least for me, from one council member, I may want to look at initiating an analysis at that time to look at further closures and protections for Bristol Bay red king crab. So, but I see this big hole in the timing. Let's say so regardless of what we do, but let's say if it does meet the criteria and that is closed, that is only January to June of 2023. So we initiate review, maybe the first time we could possibly get to that would be February. And I'm guessing our executive director might say, no, we're never going to be able to fit something like that into February. So we're down the road. And now we're looking at a long time between now and then. So in your mind, does not initiating that analysis now, does that put us a couple months further behind the ball? And I'm asking this question in all sincerity that there's people here that are not going to be around in a year. There's people that we've heard testimony from that are going to go bankrupt in a year or two. And we have an organization that may not be available in a year from now to testify on this stuff. So I'm just wondering if you can address for that group of people, the timing on this so that they understand what the first time that the council would possibly be able to, how long is that going to take for something like this to go through? I hope that's a clear enough question. If it's not, I can add in some clarity to that, but I'm just curious as to I can ask you, Ms. Baker, to make it easier on you. And I'm not, Mr. Chairman, trying to debate here. I just, if we initiate some kind of initial review, how long do you anticipate that's going to take before we would be able to take some action to further protect Bristol Bay red king crab?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down. I'm struggling with this question because it's up to the council to prioritize its actions. And if a regulatory amendment was initiated in December related to closures of the red king crab savings area and sub area, if there are timing goals that this council would like to achieve in meeting up with an emergency rule or moving as fast as we possibly can without an emergency rule or whatever the scenarios are, it would be up to this council to prioritize staff resources to move that regulatory amendment through this process as quickly as it can. And I don't have, in my mind, I don't know what's the quickest time period we've ever done that in the council. I just don't, every action is different, and I would look to staff to help me time that out a little bit. But I guess my primary answer, and I'm sorry, I know you wanted me to clearly lay out something for fishery participants. I'm struggling to do that. All I will say is it is up to this council to prioritize the actions in front of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. That's a very fair answer. I appreciate that. And I know that was a tough question. I asked just for the reason that you stated for fishery participants that are going to be asking themselves the same question. So I'm almost done here, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Witherall had some feedback on that point as well
Okay,
before we
thank
move
you.
on,
Yes,
Mr. Down.
before- and I've got one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Down. I think it's going to depend on how much information we can bring back, how complete the analysis is that we bring back in December. And if we can make a lot of progress on that analysis, or the agency does with the council staff assistance, that may give us an indicator how long it will take to complete a regulatory analysis. If we get a lot of work done and it's already a comprehensive review, maybe the timeline could be as short as February or April for initial review for the council. So I think after you see that analysis, we can have that discussion about tasking and prioritization in December.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Mr. Down.
Excuse me, on your second bullet point under item number 3, this is a comment I think that addresses the short-term actions that the SSC. I'm just kind of reading into this and looking for some clarity that the SSC gave us some short-term actions, and when I questioned Dr. Mueller on that, he said, no, this is information that's available now. It just would need to be analyzed. In other words, we didn't need more research or stuff to get to some of the questions here. So is this something I'm guessing I'm just asking, this will be something that the work plan is designed to kind of work through, like what's available, how does the, available, how does the council actionize the report that we got from the SSC on short-term and perhaps long-term actions? Is that what that bullet point is addressing?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, in the motion, that second bullet point was intended to address the information we received in the request for information from specifically, as I referenced earlier at this meeting, we received presentations from the ATSI Processors Association about research plans to look at this issue. We also received a letter from United Catcher Boats and the Bering Sea Fisheries Foundation about potential collaborative work to look at this issue. Those were the projects or the discussions or the collaborations that I was intending to encourage with this bullet. To your second point about the SSC recommendations. So this, I guess I would say, is future research in the motion. I hear your point on the SSC recommendations, your discussion with Dr. Muter about what might be able to be determined with existing information relative to the impacts of pelagic trawl gear on the seafloor and crab. And the particular research or work you mentioned, the short-term work, was exactly what I was referring to. I was trying over the past couple of days to figure out how to put that in this motion to highlight that and prioritize that work from this council. And there were enough questions about who was going to do the work, what the work actually was, what data sources we were looking at, that I just quite frankly was not able to resolve for today. And I wasn't comfortable that I had a clear enough understanding of what that work was to endorse it at this time. And that is the type of thing I am intending to work on over the next couple of months with our staff to put that work plan together. I hope that's helpful.
That's helpful. And I recognize that you did speak to that in your rationale for the motion. I appreciate you reiterating some of that to make sure I was clear on that. I appreciate it very much. And that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Picking up on that last exchange, Ms. Baker, in item 3 of your motion, the second bullet, the text referring to informing gear modifications to reduce unintended mortality of crab PSC and impacts on benthic habitat. I wonder if you could just clarify your intent there a little bit. When I think of crab PSC, I'm thinking of crab that are caught. And I think we heard a lot about crab that are not caught, mortality of unobserved mortality of crabs that are left on the bottom. So I wonder if you could just clarify, is PSC the appropriate phrase there, or is it really reduce unintended mortality of crab and impacts on benthic habitat?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kurland, again, the eagle eye. I think I could clarify that you make a very good point. And in terms of the input we have received on the potential impacts of unobserved mortality. So yes, I can confirm that would probably more appropriately read crab and impacts on benthic habitat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Further questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just sent Shannon an amendment. I don't know if it's appropriate, so if it's out of line, I expect to be told that's so. It's just one line. And it's really teeing off Mr. Down's questions and trying to be as explicit as possible. It would go as a second sentence under number 1 in the motion. And the amendment would read, this analysis could be used as a basis to initiate a regulatory amendment in December through the normal rulemaking process to close the savings area and sub-area to some or all gear types. And with a second, I'll speak to that.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. I feel like Ms. Baker spoke to her motion very clearly, and then through the exchange with Mr. Down was also, again, very clear about the intent and possibly the time savings in using this December analysis that we will see on the emergency rule request as a basis for not just potentially making a decision about whether it meets the criteria, but as the basis for a regular amendment consistent with the AP motion to go through our normal public process. And I don't think we normally put things like this in a motion that would signal that, but it seems really important at this point to be explicit about intentions to the public that maybe get lost when we just use, talking points in discussion with council members. So I'm trying this because I heard very clearly that this was the potential intent. And I I support that intent in part because we had some real gaps. We had a great discussion paper in front of us, but some real gaps on trade-offs with other PSC species that we know will be incorporated into this December analysis. So it's the appropriate time, I think, at that point to decide whether to initiate a regular amendment. So I'm just trying this amendment to be very clear and really just reiterate what I heard in both the intent and the exchange. And if that's not appropriate, please tell me, but that's my attempt.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. I agree. It's not something we necessarily typically see in a motion, but just for clarifying purposes, I don't think it's out of bounds to offer that sort of language. So I think that's okay for the council to discuss. So are there any questions on the amendment? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. My question is, do you think that by specifically referencing the savings area and sub area to some or all gear types, it would in any way limit the council from considering closing some other areas to specific gear types? Should the analysis seem like that would be an efficient way to save crab? Or this is just providing instruction and detail to the public that our intention is to take some action in December to try to protect crab that may include closing the savings area and sub area.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesro. This was just to mirror the intent to look at what we get back in the December emergency rule request, which was specific to the red king crab savings area and sub area. I think the agency has some latitude because this was an amendment or a request that went directly to the secretary, but I can't presuppose what they might provide us. So I was being specific to the request and what I think we're assured to get back.
Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And I guess along the same lines as Mr. Mesro's question, I guess I wonder if this would be limiting in any way on modifying the boundaries to those areas as part of an analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I don't think it would. It's really just providing some intent to show the public that will be some level of analysis in front of us in December. And this is why it's a little bit different from normal council motions that would allow us to look at closing areas. So I don't think so.
Ms. Vanderhoven, further questions on the amendment? Okay, any amendments to the amendment? Comments on the amendment? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I didn't want to try to get into wordsmithing, as I appreciate Ms. Kimball's intent here to just more clearly articulate how the council envisions making use of the information that we'll see in December. I'm going to support it because I heard in her talking to it that she's really describing that the council has one of several decision points here, and that but we'll be able to make a more informed decision in December about what the next steps are. I don't see anything in here, even though the wording may indicate it as the strict construction of the wording, particularly the use of the word could. I don't see anything that sort of foreshadows or in any way forecloses any council options in December, rather trying to simply use the vernacular we've used around the table to describe at least what the next step is. So I haven't decided that it would necessarily be appropriate to initiate an amendment, but I'll know a lot more in December and we'll be in a better position to potentially make a decision about that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to that comment, I appreciate that clarity in your thought, Mr. Twite, and that is the intent that we cannot make a motion that locks the council into any decision. That is not my intent at all. Just to try to show the efficiency and the timing and what we'll be getting back in December for the public. Thanks.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for that motion. I don't have much substantive to add to the comments that have already been made. I just would say thank you for thinking outside the box a little bit. We have been encouraged to look at ways to do things a little bit differently given the current situation. And I think with the explanation around the table, I am very comfortable supporting this motion and appreciative of your clarification on this point.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further comments on the amendment? Okay, is there any opposition? No opposition. The motion is amended. Further amendments on the main motion? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I support and appreciate Ms. Baker's motion. It represents, I think, a pretty thoughtful distilling of the various stages of information and the various options that we have in front of us right now. Some are actionable, some are promising, and some need quite a bit more work. And I think she's actually, both in the motion itself and in how she's described her intent for how she's going to devote ADF&G resources over the next few months. I think she's described pretty clearly a path forward for that. So I just wanted to use this as an occasion to reflect on a couple parts of it. One is that just in her talking points, she spoke to further consideration of the concept of a small fishery. Appreciate the agency continuing to give that serious consideration, and certainly I know as the agency works that through their process, both in terms of the existing management plan, but also in consultation with industry, they will give it serious consideration. I know they understand pretty well the merits. I also think they have a pretty good understanding of some of the concerns. And I certainly, as one council member, will support the decisions they arrive at. But if they arrive at the decision to promulgate some small fisheries, I, as one council member, would certainly welcome that. Second thought, and this goes back to us as a council. I think the deputy commissioner's motion really begins to establish some new ground for us as a council in terms of this concept of priority conservation concerns. It's not totally new ground. Obviously, we've talked about it quite a bit in the salmon world, our Chinook versus chum discussions, where we've landed on, I think, a fairly clear priority there. But she's challenging us to begin to think about it more broadly. And certainly we've heard a lot for several years now from industry about, okay, exactly how do these things stack up? There's been a lot of requests for us, and not just from industry, from concerned stakeholders in general, from environmental groups and others. And Ms. Baker's motion, I think, really takes the next step on that, but it certainly doesn't answer all the questions. And I foresee us as a council wrestling with this concept further. While it provides some direction here, it also begins to raise some very significant questions, like what about halibut? We haven't identified them as a priority conservation concern. Even though when we did halibut abundance management, there was a fair amount of reference among stakeholders that they had some conservation concerns about halibut. I found it interesting. I didn't hear that this time. And in fact, there was some fairly explicit description by some stakeholders, not necessarily the same that we're speaking up during halibut abundance-based management, about that wasn't necessarily a conservation concern, more along the lines of a yield concern, and that it certainly didn't rank with crab. And I think in a way, implicitly, this motion, by choosing to designate crab as a priority conservation concern, begins to answer that, but I don't think it fully does. I think we'll grapple with that more. That's not a criticism of the commissioner's motion. It's more a reflection on, clearly, we as a council have some more challenges in that area, but we've been asked to tackle those challenges for a while now, and this is another step. So I think it's useful. I appreciate it. But I think we should all be devoting some thought to how will we begin to answer the next set of questions that this opens up. And then finally, I guess I want to address some issues around both the issues of action and urgency and adopting a new paradigm. And obviously, all those things are sort of in the eye of the beholder, and I respect everybody in this room's ability to view it somewhat differently, but I thought I'd speak a little bit about how I view it. First, timing and urgency. While all my sort of emotions and all of my sympathies want to go towards addressing what's clearly a crisis in industry, not just for the harvest sector, but as well for the processing sectors that have to consider what to do with their capacity and the people it employs who probably won't be having much, if any, employment on the crab lines this year. The communities that are so dependent on the tax revenues and the other revenues that come from having a healthy crab fishery. The scale of this is immense, but we need to be real about it. That's set in motion already. Nothing that we can do, nothing that anybody can do at this point is going to improve the outlook for the next couple of years. The ecosystem is going to take care of that one way or the other. And at the moment, I think we all, with sober eyes, recognize the outlook's not good. We can take hasty steps that make mistakes, make other mistakes, and actually compound the misery that we're already experiencing with crab. And I'd like to avoid that. I wish we had a magic wand. Even an emergency rule is not going to do that. The people who are bringing that forward recognize that ultimately it could and it affect the speed of rebuilding, but we know that's going to be slow. We already know how long it takes to go from a reproductive event to animals beginning to enter the fishery, and it's not a year or two. So I hear the requests for urgency. I understand them in the context of the importance of demonstrating the concern that we have. But I equally am thinking about the issues that the harvest sector, the communities, the processors, everybody affected by this are going to be facing won't be dealt with by closing an area in 6 months or even in 12 months. It's going to be a longer term issue. And that's hard. That's a hard truth. But it is a truth. And I think we should recognize that and make sure that the steps that we do take will be meaningful, and also make sure to the best of our abilities that we don't simply take one crisis and begin to create others, or at least spread problems around that will just create additional problems for communities, for processors, and for other harvesters. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to provide those comments. And again, Deputy Commissioner Baker, I know this was a very difficult motion for you to pull together, but there's a lot of meat in this and a lot of promise, and I see a path in this that will ultimately change how we manage crab for the better.
All right, thank you, Mr. Twite. Very well said. Further comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling a little bit with this motion, but I am going to support this motion because it has contained some components in there that I that I really like and I think are going to be quite helpful. Particularly with the Kimball Amendment. I think that's helpful in giving the public an idea of where they're going. But I'm going to be supporting this motion, but the thing that I struggle with is I still struggle with why we didn't go further at this meeting and initiate a regulatory analysis at this meeting, regardless of what we're going to do in December, what we're going to see, why we didn't take action. Now we're going to hear the same testimony. We're going to hear from the same people. They're going to have to spend money that they don't have to come back up here in December, which I know they're going to be here for snow crab anyways. But I think that, we have to ask ourselves, I guess, as a council. I know there's some frustration when we hear testimony from people saying you haven't done anything for all these years, when in fact there's some small steps that have happened. I understand that, but I'm very sympathetic to the fact that when people look at what we've done in this decline that's gone on for 15 years with this fishery and headed in a direction. I talked to council members several years ago that said, hey, I think, Bristol Bay red king crabs headed, this is not, it wasn't, we knew that were problems here. And that's what, I think that's part of what's frustrating for members of the public. And I think that, when we hear language like in the motion that I said I would support, but still when industry hears things like the council appreciates, council encourages, the council acknowledges, this kind of language is not received as very helpful. And we have to ask ourselves as the council, like, why is it that we're receiving all of this testimony that says you guys haven't done anything and there's a responsibility? And I think that there is a large segment of our constituents and that really have lost faith in the council process. And that's identified by their public comments and their emergency action going to the secretary. And so, I'm hoping we're going to do something in the future. I think when we look at the history of this, and I think it's one of the things the council is going to have to grapple with, is we have this pelagic fishery that's not pelagic, I think there was an embedded assumption, even going up into the 90s when we originally closed that, there was this embedded assumption that this was a pelagic fishery, that these guys were off the bottom. And we know that that's not the case. And also the reason that this Bristol Bay red king crab savings area was closed in the first place was due to, I think, was a rock sole fishery problem, where there was huge bycatch in a rock sole fishery, and the pelagic trawlers, the pollock trawlers weren't really fishing much in that area at that time. I know that opens up a huge can of worms, but I think we've got to grapple with just the idea that, okay, we're not dealing with a pelagic fishery. We're dealing with a fishery that's on the bottom quite a bit. And that's the best available science we have now. And when I look at council documents that describe this gear, that it's up to 400 feet wide. We've got chain gear that's on the bottom in areas where we know king crab exists. For me, when I look at all that stuff, and I won't reiterate all of that stuff because we've heard it all in public testimony, but when I hear that stuff, I think we've got enough evidence now to take action. We could have took action at this meeting, and I wouldn't blame the industry for feeling that somehow that the timing of this just puts them further behind. And I listened to Mr. Twite's comments on this, on his comments on the motion, and I agree. But the threshold for Bristol Bay red king crab, whether these guys get an opening or not, is not a huge deal. I mean, it could happen in 1 year if we protect every male and every female in that area from trawling, and the pot guys stay out of that area and stuff. There's a chance that they could have a fishery that might save some of these guys. So I'm getting emotional now, so I'm going to stop, but I'll support the motion. I don't feel we've gone far enough at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I too appreciate all of the work that went into synthesizing and trying to gather our thoughts for a path forward. We're not in our normal process with the emergency rule analysis coming in December and that kind of complicating what we would normally do, likely initiating an analysis or taking some further action at this point. And so I'm sure there are some stakeholders who are frustrated and disappointed that we're not doing that here today. But I do think that that analysis coming forward in December and the work plan that you're taking on will likely create efficiencies that could actually help this package, if there is one, move along at a faster pace in the long run. So I appreciate that. My only other comment, I think at this point, I am a little cautious about making statements about prioritizing one PSC species over another. I think that's I think that requires very careful thought and consideration by the council to make those kinds of statements. Industry takes those statements from the council very seriously. We've seen that with Chinook versus chum in the pollock fisheries. We've seen that in halibut in the Amendment 80 fleet and others. And so with this statement, clearly that puts an emphasis on crab. And so I am a little bit concerned about what potential impacts that has then to other species that have been identified as to which exactly is the priority now. So I think it's probably okay for where we are in the process now, but it's something that I anticipate we would revisit in December when we look at this issue again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. And I will be supporting it. And I understand Mr. Down's comments. I agree with Mr. Twite's comments. But the reason that my line of questioning with testifiers was to help them understand our process, even though they already do. And I know there's urgency to make a decision, but I think that what's important, more important than urgency, is making sure when we make a decision that we know what the impacts of that decision are going to be on all the people that are involved with it. And at this point, we do not have the information to make a decision to close that area without knowing what the impacts on other critical PSC species would be from the people that would be getting excluded from that area. And I can't imagine this council ever making a decision without knowing what the impacts are going to be of that decision. And we can get a better idea of that information in December, which is 3 months from now, 2.5 months. And I would rather make an informed decision 2.5 months later than make an uninformed decision now. And while I know it may be frustrating that this council isn't making a decision now, I think that a better decision in 2.5 months is a lot better than a decision with unknown consequences now. And that's really the reason why I support Ms. Baker's motion. And I think the reason that that motion looks the way it is, it doesn't mean that I'm not sympathetic to the incredible financial loss and upheaval that this situation has caused. But when we start making decisions based on emotion and not based on considering all the impacts, that's when people are really going to lose credibility and belief in this council. And so I know it's frustrating, but this process takes time. And I think that even though nobody wants to say it, in the event that this emergency action passes, there's most definitely going to be a gap between the time that that action passes and the time that any regulatory amendment through this council gets signed into law. It's just the way it works. And it's not a way that any of us devised. It's a way that we agreed to work through when we took these jobs. And it takes a couple of years to get a final rule through the process. And that's just a point of fact. It is not something we have control over, even if we give it the highest priority for the council. That's the way this works. It takes a while to get this through, and we have 5 meetings a year and everything gets peer reviewed and publicly reviewed. And I'm sorry that we don't have a way to do it in a quicker way. And I think that we've gotten some information in this meeting about frameworking that in the future may help us be more expeditious in the way that we implement regulations and have them be durable and have more utility, but we don't have that in front of us now, and that's not our decision point. So I think based on the information put in front of us, the public testimony, that Ms. Baker has done the best she could possibly do with giving us something to work with in December. And for that reason, I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further comments? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your motion, Ms. Baker. My comments would align with Mr. Mesereau's comments. I think this is the right way to go to proceed with this issue. So I'm going to be voting in support of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your motion, Ms. Baker. I know this was, it was very challenging to put together.
Ms. Drobnica, can you pull your
Oh,
mic forward a little?
Sorry
bit?
about that. I know that this was a very challenging motion to put together. In hearing public testimony, I realize that we often are using different nomenclature and taking different summaries away from and findings away from the SSC discussion and the discussions that we even have with one another. So I think it's the work plan concept and pathway, I think, is wise to give a little more time, make sure we're all speaking the same language and we have a clear pathway moving forward. It will build efficiencies. I understand the concerns with from some stakeholders that this is a setback or a delay by not initiating regulatory action right now. But I see the discussion paper that the council initiated in June as being a pathway and helping to streamline analysis on the emergency rule analysis that'll come back in December and really complementing that initiative. I think there are many comments around the table about the significant importance of really understanding the trade-offs of initiating the emergency regulation or regulation moving forward. The SSC really underscored that in their comments. I think they identified this paper as very thorough. We have a lot of great information. And that was the one thing that they really hit home that was missing. So I do think that this motion is crafted well. It's responsive to that. It'll give us some insights as to the appropriateness of next steps and allow us the opportunity to hear from salmon stakeholders from Western Alaska once we identify what those trade-offs may look like and be able to move forward with a higher degree of confidence in December. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Further comments? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting the motion. Similar comments to Ms. Drobnica and Mr. Mesereau, in particular, the SSC's call out of looking at PSC impacts, salmon in particular, herring in particular, and if we close people out of areas, the additional impacts to CPUE that would let people be on the water longer and create more habitat impacts and crab impacts. So I think those are important things to consider. I guess I just disagree a little bit with Mr. Down thinking that this will slow down the package or the potential initiation of a reg amendment. I guess I don't see it that way. It would be the same staff doing analysis to come back to us. So I feel like it's actually giving us a push in that direction that's faster than we would normally see it. I also was hesitant to not see, to support and not seeing, the SSC recommendations as part of this motion, but in listening to Ms. Baker's rationale, that makes sense. We can't task staff or think that they'll be able to move forward with something without a level of specificity. Then we just push it into the crab planting process and our SSC meetings, which are already tight, and it lengthens the process, not speeds it up. So her commitment to this work on the work plan and the things the SSC did recommend in the meantime, I think is an important part of this discussion. I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'll also be supporting the motion. You just spoke to it way better than I ever could. I do appreciate the challenges with this motion and the needle that Ms. Baker's tried to thread. I also appreciate your commitments to do the things that are not specifically laid out in the motion, but that you spoke to in your rationale. It's a tall order. Any final comments before we go to a vote? Okay. All right. Is there opposition to this motion? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Anything further under D2? Okay. With that, D2 is concluded. Let's stand down for a few minutes and allow staff to get ready to present on D3. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to start up with D3, and here to give that presentation is Mike Fye and Sarah Marinan. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, members of the council. For the record, my name is Michael Fye with ACFIN, here to present agenda item D3, the Universal Data Collection Components Discussion Paper. To give some background on this action item, in February of 2022, the council removed the EDR requirement for golf trial participants. With that removal, it left two sectors that currently submit EDRs. Those would be the Amendment 80 sector and the crowd participants. This discussion paper was also initiated at that time, and it was requested that 2 to 4 data components be brought forward that could be collected across all sectors and would benefit analytical documents and program reviews. The discussion paper also looks at mechanisms for collection and tools to reduce the burden. The 4 data components that we selected were crew licenses, crew compensation, fuel and lube costs, and lease costs. And it is notable that whenever crew licenses has been available, it is something that we use in our analytical documents. So here is crew licenses. We estimated at approximately 15 to 20,000 crew licenses are active in the federally managed fisheries of Alaska. And each license would be a person that was acting on the vessels. I will note that persons involved solely in fish processing are not required to attain a crew license. And I should also note that someone in the AP mentioned that participants do move from vessel to vessel. So there could be some crew licenses that are active on multiple vessels, which may lead that 15 to 20,000 crew estimate a little high. I think the main takeaway on the crew licenses and positions is it is seen as an improvement to the community impact section of our analytical documents. Currently, we rely solely on the vessel owner's city of residence to build that community impact section. And vessel owners could potentially be a corporation or a seasonal residence. And therefore, the crew adds an additional layer of community participation to the documents. I would also note that 15 to 20,000 crew licenses, how I came up with that number is I looked at the 8,655 crew positions that were available in 2021, and I used a 2-to-1 ratio of crew licenses per positions. And so you have multiple people that are operating those positions on vessels. For crew positions, it could be advantageous to include that as well, particularly with hired captains. That might be a good data point to include. The first example here of crew positions and how that's juxtaposed with vessel owners. You'll see here in the Bering Sea snow crab fishery, over 50% of vessel owners reside in Seattle, and the other states component, we have less than 2%. And then if we look at the crew licenses for the same fishery, you'll see just over 13% of crew licenses coming from Seattle, and nearly 24% of crew licenses coming from other states. The next data component that we looked at was crew compensation. Typically, this is going to be the highest cost for vessels and sectors. I estimated it at $563 million in 2021. And this is likely an overestimate as well. It uses the Amendment 80 crew positions and the crew pay associated with that sector. That's likely going to be a little bit greater than is seen in some sectors, since Amendment 80 operates nearly year round. Crew compensation, as you'll see, could also flow back to that community impact section. So the example here of something that we might use shows approximately $25 million a year paid towards crew in the Bering Sea snow crab fishery. And if you took this alongside the previous slide of crew residents, you'd see 670 positions, 670 crew licenses, excuse me, getting paid that $25 million, so approximately $37,000 per crew license. And you can kind of see how the two would help benefit that community impact section of our analytical documents. The next data component that we looked at was fuel and lube costs.
Mr. Pai, I apologize. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Fry, on that question, and I didn't see it in your slide, but in the paper, it talks about, I guess, the staff's recommendation that compensation would be collected at a total level for all crew positions. So not trying to, I guess, slice and dice any further into captains and crew or processing positions versus deck positions. Can you speak a little bit more to that recommendation or how that might be useful?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, it is possible that you could itemize the crew compensation and look at it by fishery or things of that nature. But it is, I think it's defensible to use an annual crew compensation and divide that by the days that a vessel is participating in a fishery to give yourself those estimates without being burdensome on the submitters of the form.
A follow-up then, and I see, in the paper that the level of detail in separating the types of crew positions might not be that helpful for analyses, but it seems like it would be imperative to try to separate out, if you're collecting it at a vessel level, in order to be helpful for analyses, at least at a fishery basis. Is that something that's possible, or is that what you're saying? Maybe I missed your comment in the last one. If we just have a vessel that might be participating in several fisheries throughout the season and we collect one aggregate annual data point for crew, that really won't tell us in a future analysis what crew might be impacted if we do something in a halibut and sablefish fishery versus a Pacific cod fishery. Can you talk a little bit more about the ability of either collecting the data on that level or going backwards to differentiate by fishery?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. I do think that it may be beneficial to do exactly that, where you would have a crew license on the form and then you would select the particular fishery that crew license was active on. And you could do that on an annual basis. So if a certain vessel was in an IFQ fishery and an open access fishery next to that crew license, that vessel owner might be able to select that this crew license was active for the IFQ only or for the open access only. And that might get to some of that detail. I do think both collecting that and not collecting that would be, beneficial. I think collecting it, just who was active on the vessel, we'd be able to back of the envelope get to some of that information, but directly linking crew licenses to fisheries would be even more beneficial.
Please continue.
Okay. And thank you for that. The next data component was the fuel and lube costs. This is a highly variable cost and it could potentially disrupt fishing behavior. And we could incorporate this into our analytical documents, specifically PSC avoidance, tendering documents, and rationalization documents. I estimated the fuel cost for 2021 at $278 million. Again, this was using Amendment 80 fuel costs per ton. So take it with sort of a grain of salt. Obviously, there's going to be some variance on how much fuel cost is between the fisheries. I think it is notable that fuel cost was up in 2022, as many of us know, up an estimated 42%, which would equate to $117 million in additional cost. And regards to fuel costs by fishery, I think that analysts could potentially leverage VMS data to model fuel costs by fishery. So I think that is notable there. The example I have shows the fuel cost for the Amendment 80 sector, and you'll note in 2021, it was the highest fuel cost, the highest fuel usage that was in the time series. So that's just an example of how we might use that data in a document. The final data component that we looked at was lease costs. This is highly variable between fisheries and could potentially be a barrier to entry in some fisheries. I did estimate it at $50 to $150 million per year. But again, it's pretty difficult to estimate. The only audited lease costs we have are from the EDR forms, and that would be for the crab program and the Amendment 80 program. There is a great deal of variance from year to year. So for example, for the Amendment 80 sector, we saw over 21 million pounds leased in one year and less than 1 million in another year. So quite a bit of difference there, and somewhat difficult to approximate. And here's an example of lease costs and the total value leased for the Bering Sea snow crab fishery. Next, we have mechanisms for possible data collection. It could be that an annual form, similar to how EDRs are done, would be the best way to collect this type of data. Pacific States has operated as the independent third-party data collection agent in the past and could leverage some of that work that's been done. So things like the internal audit, the electronic submission could all be brought forward for a broader data collection. It's also worth noting that lease costs might best be collected on the transfer forms that persons often complete through NIMS. This would take some of that reporting burden off of the vessel owners and move it just on that transfer form. Ways to reduce the burden of the data collection. There could potentially be an opt-out provision. So if a vessel changed ownership, it might be a reason to opt out. There could be medical issues that might be another reason for opting out. Other things we looked at were like a rolling participation, where a certain percentage of the vessels would participate in a given year, and a periodic survey, like a survey every 3 to 5 years. The main problem with that is a loss of routinization with these data collection. So submitters might feel the burden is greater if they are submitting a form every 3 years versus every year, when every year they would submit it electronically and be accustomed to submitting that form. Another potential way to reduce the burden would be to have a tiered rollout, so only a portion of the data components are brought forward at a time. For example, you might bring forward just crew licenses, and then crew compensation might be brought forward at a later stage. One other thing to note when we thought about this data collection was it might be beneficial to have an annual report. An annual report would serve as sort of an internal audit. It would improve the data quality. It would allow analysts to see this data on a regular basis and see industry to see it as well. So it might facilitate some feedback and familiarize stakeholders with what we're doing with the data. And that is the conclusion of my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pai. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fry, on that. Back on the lease costs, and you were suggesting a potential way to reduce the burden if that was something the council wanted to collect on participants. Is that something that you've already had discussions with NIMS or RAM division about the ability to collect those for the particular for the halibut and sablefish IFQ fleet? Or are those discussions still to be had?
Thanks for the question through the chair. We have had discussions in the past with RAM and some of those data quality issues that we have with lease costs. And we haven't really formalized a way on improving that data. It might be one of those situations where using the data that is being created might improve the data in and of itself, because once people start to realize that we are looking at that data and we are bringing it forward, it might improve the data quality. And we typically haven't used it in the past, just basically for that reason. We didn't think that the data quality was quite there. Yeah.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. And so, Mr. If the data quality was improved, how do you envision the council using those data points? Is that primarily, because it doesn't seem like we use that in a regulatory analysis very often now, and I realize you just said potentially why, but is that more in a program review level document where we might see information like that? Or is it in our regular FMP and reg amendment process?
Thanks for the question through the chair. I think it would definitely show up in your program review type document. And depending on the analysis, it could potentially make it in on a regulatory amendment type analysis. It really depends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions? All right, thank you. That will bring us to public comment. And it looks like we don't have any members of the public signed up to testify. What are the wishes of the council? Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and take a morning break before taking action. Come back at 10:15-ish and take action. Council, please come back to order. Okay, are we ready for action on D3? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Shannon. I have a motion on D3. And it reads, the council directs staff to provide an expanded discussion paper evaluating implementation of a universal data collection program to collect ADF&G or CFEC crew license data, crew compensation, and number of crew positions on vessels operating in federal fisheries. Staff should evaluate the scale of data to be collected by fishery and area and outline a simple annual collection mechanism or mechanisms and associated cost burden. The paper should also evaluate the associated analytical value and ability of NIMS to collect quota lease costs as part of the annual quota applications administered by the NIMS Restricted Access Management Division for those programs that currently do not report lease costs. And with a second, I will speak to it.
Second by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I think we received a fairly simple, concise paper on some key data elements that the council and the SSC have discussed for some time with the intent that there is potential to collect those data components across all fleets. I think that's exactly what the council asked for, and I appreciate staff's work on trying to hone in on the couple things that we've been consistently talking about or wondering why we didn't have that kind of information for all sectors. I think obviously this motion focuses really on the crew component and not much else. I think it's one of the major components that we've seen in social impact analyses, in program reviews, and in our regular FMP and regulatory amendments that has been helpful to the council, not just in understanding impacts on residents of different communities and crew, but in our ability to be consistent with National Standard 8, for example. And so this motion focuses on a little bit more information, not an initial review draft analysis, but really provides some direction to staff. I think staff brought us some ideas. These are our ideas of things we could collect, and this is an endorsement, at least of the crew components of that paper. I think the last sentence in there is really a little bit lighter, a little de-emphasis, but I'd like to see a little bit more on what kind of value we might get from collecting lease cost information from those programs that don't currently collect lease costs. And I understand we already do through our current EDR collect lease costs on some rationalization programs. And really whether there's an ability of NIMS to do that with a low, burden to that agency. So a little bit less, but on the lease cost, but I would like to see a little bit more before we kind of drop that as a potential data component to collect, but a higher emphasis on continuing to look at crew. And I think this is intended to provide enough direction to staff to do that. I think we've received some SSC comments on this, but not quite enough to say their endorsement of these types of things is necessary at this meeting. But I think with this next paper, we'll be able to get that information both from the Science Center, from NIMS, and from the SSC as we move forward. So that's the explanation of moving forward on the crew component. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. NIMS, of course, supports economic data collection as an informative tool for management to help improve the quality of the universal data collection and help us better understand rapidly changing impacts on human dimensions. And I appreciate the emphasis here on crew information. So we look forward to continuing to collaborate with others, including our own folks at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, to identify the types of data most useful for the analyses and management decisions before the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Further comments? Looks like we are ready to vote. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Is there any opposition to the motion? None. The motion passes unanimously. Anything further? Okay. Thanks again, Ms. Kimball, and thank you, Mr. Fye. That will move us to our Amendment 80 work plan. Good morning, Mr. McCracken.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Looks like I have control. Slides. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, this is a work plan for the Amendment 80 program review as well as the allocation review. The Magnuson Act of 303A requires a formal detailed review at 5 years, which we did in 2014, and then 7 years thereafter for our lap reviews. And the intent of these reviews is to ensure that the program is meeting the council's original goals of the program. In this particular case, the Amendment 80 program in 2008. The council is also required to conduct an Amendment 80 allocation review based on the headquarters, NIMS headquarters fishery allocation policy directive. And the intent of that review is to provide a brief periodic review allocation to ensure that that allocation is meeting the optimal yield and achieving full under the current conditions. So this document provides both the draft work plan for both the allocation review as well as the lap review. And we have utilized the previous allocation reviews, particularly the Bering Sea Aleutian Island PCOD allocation review, as well as the lap review for the Amendment 80, again, which was done in 2014, as well as the most current version of the Central Gulf Rockfish review. Using those, the information that was included at the metrics and how those reviews were conducted, this is how we're proposing to move forward with this 7-year review for the Amendment 80, as well as the first 10-year review for the allocation review. So what I would like to do is kind of just walk through the goals that were outlined in the problem statement of the Amendment 80 review, remind the council where or how the amendment, how the 5-year review addressed those goals in that review, and how the proposed 7-year review would address those goals. And then we'll move to the allocation review. So the first goal is to maintain a healthy marine ecosystem, ensures long-term conservation and abundance of the groundfish, halibut, and crab resources. So in the 5-year review, rationalization had obviously showed that the fleet had greater flexibility on when and where to fish, which allowed the Amendment 80 sector to reduce its impact on the ecosystem through, for example, reduced bycatch mortality of prohibited species, reduced impacts on habitat, and reduced or elimination of localized depletion of allocated species. So the 7-year review will include a lot of the similar information, which would include halibut and crab PSC metrics. We'd like to try to include the EFH 5-year review fishing effects analysis in the Amendment 80 of the Amendment 80 species in this review. And I think that would be the first time we've done that. As well as looking at some qualitative discussions on how the fleet is using fleet innovations, as well as changing their behavior to reduce their impact on the ecosystem. All this information would be included in Chapter 4 or Section 4 of the proposed table of contents, which is at the end of your document. The next goal that was highlighted in the program review was to reduce bycatch, particularly non-ground fish. And there's a little bit of redundancy from the previous goal that we were talking about, but this would go into a little bit more depth on looking at PSC. So since 2014, the Amendment 80 program, the halibut PSC limit has been further reduced. The council has taken action to further reduce that PSC, as well as implement or nearly implementing the abundance-based management for halibut. So the 7-year review will provide a summary of the PSC limits that are currently certainly faced by the Amendment 80 group, and changes in their fishing behavior and sector adaptations to adapt to these new halibut PSC limits, as well as the management, particularly the halibut abundance based management. The 7-year review will also include some trends on crab PSC, sector and how their gear innovations are adapting to change, to limit their amount of crab and changes in their fishing behavior. This information would be included in section 7 of the analysis. Another goal that was noted in the problem statement was to minimize and improve utilization to the extent practicable. The 5-year review outlined that the fleet has reduced their or has improved their retention and their utilization of the flatfish species. 7-year program will continue to show those metrics over the last 7 years, and that information will be included in chapter 6. I think it's the last goal here of the Amendment 80 program, which is to provide maximum benefits to present generations of fishermen, communities, and the CDQ groups and the nation as a whole. Again, utilizing sort of the pattern that was used in the 5-year review, the 7-year review will document income and employment for vessel owners and crew members, income and employment for community members and related industries, as well as tax revenues of local and state government.
Mr. McCracken, Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Is this the section where you would incorporate the comments that we had from the SSC about some additional community impacts in CDQ from their minutes?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vanderhoven, yeah, this would be something where we would include the request from the MCC. We would just go ahead and insert those into where it was appropriate, if it was in this particular chapter or another chapter. It didn't appear that the SEC's requests were beyond the scope of what was looked at, what we're looking at, which was appropriate. We were looking for information from the SEC. So the last goal of the Amendment 80 program, I believe, in the problem statement, was to mitigate negative impacts on other fisheries. So the Amendment 80 program obviously includes many provisions to limit their activities in other fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska. So the 7-year program review will provide a summary of the Amendment 80 activities in the Gulf relative to those sideboards. And the Amendment 80, the review will also look at a summary of harvests of other species that are not allocated to the Amendment 80 fleet. And that includes, for example, Greenland turbot, Kamchatka flounder, Bering Sea POP. So going a little bit beyond what the Amendment 80 program in their problem statement, looking at other things that might be included in a program review, we looked at the section 303A, and there were 2 issues that popped out that looks like they would be germane to be included in this, and they are capacity reduction and fishing safety. So a proposal is to review, provide an assessment of capacity measures. This will include summaries of vessel operating in the Amendment 80 fisheries over time, measures of capacity utilization, looking at such that the number of actual operating weeks as a percentage of the potential, examining effects on consolidation for those that are currently in the fishery, as well as those that are no longer in the fishery. And again, this is similar to what was in the 5-year review. Finally, fishing safety, like I believe there was a section in the 5-year review that looked at fishing safety. We would reach out to NIOSH and have NIOSH do a summary assessment of safety since the Amendment 80 program, as well as looking at the last 7 years. Moving to the allocation review. So in addition to this MSA required Amendment 80 review, the council is also required to do an allocation review based on headquarters guidance. And so we've done a couple of these allocation reviews. One was included with the Central Gulf Rock Fishery review, and then we did a Bering Sea Aleutian Island cod allocation review, I think 3 or 4 years ago. And so given our information on the allocation review, I think the goal here is to provide dashboards that was well received, and it seems to answer the requirement to have the allocation review be fairly short and brief, recognizing it is only one of many steps in the process if need be. And so the idea would be to include dashboards in the Amendment 80 review, and this would be included in one chapter of the allocation or of the LAP review. So some of the information that might be included in these dashboards was harvesting productivity to include vessel counts, allocations, total catch, and maybe the percent of allocations, for example, that were harvested, revenue trends, looking at PSE, and then of course, looking at community information at a very high level. These are similar, this was a similar approach that was used for cod. And we would anticipate doing this, reaching out to ACFIN and utilizing the dashboards and trying to automate those and to make them a living dashboard like we've done with the cod. So that would be what we propose here. Finally, we would include a summary table of the Amendment 80 and the groundfish FMP objectives and how that program is meeting those objectives.
Mr. McCracken, before you move on, I'd just like to note for members of the public that we've already taken our SSC report and don't have an advisory panel report. So the time to sign up is prior to the end of this presentation if you wish to testify. Okay, Mr. McCracken.
The last slide in the presentation, Mr. Chairman, is just a kind of an overview of the different sections or chapters that you would see in a proposed Amendment 80 review. And there's a little bit more information within those that describe what's there, but we've gone over most of what's in the proposed table of contents while walking through the goals. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes a brief walkthrough of what we're proposing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCracken. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. And just to follow up on Ann's question, I just pulled up the SSC minutes to make sure that I understood the list that they identified for the community impact section of this, and just wanted to, I guess, highlight that you flagged employment as one, and I think the SSC flagged ownership interest and changes over time from CDQ groups. One thing that I didn't see here explicitly listed was royalty revenue from partnerships, Amendment 80 partnerships to CDQ groups, wondering if it was your intention to include such data or not in the work plan.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Drobnica, I think that was something to do with CDQ ownership of Amendment 80 assets. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, but there are CDQ groups who don't have ownership interests in Amendment 80 vessels or companies, but still work with them for harvest of their CDQ. So wondering if that revenue is going to be captured in those community benefits.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Drobnica, yeah, I'll make a note of that and we'll include it, just going beyond what was proposed by the SSC to include additional activity by CDQ groups working with Amendment 80.
Okay. Any further questions? Counselor.
Thank you through the chair. Mr. McCracken, just a brief clarification on the optimum yield portion of the analysis, because the BSAI groundfish FMP specifies optimum yield for all groundfish fisheries. I'm just curious how the analysis would address optimum yield in the context of Amendment 80 specifically.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fortenberry, I would presume that we would look at likely the allocated species. So the yellowfin sole, flathead sole, rock sole, and we would create dashboards around those, trying to show how optimal, whether, optimal yield is being achieved for those 5 primary species. That was our intent, at least. I don't think we would go on to look at other, for example, Greenland turbid or Kamchatka flounder. We would just focus in on what was allocated to the Amendment 80 species or to the Amendment 80 program. Does that get to the question?
All right. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. McCracken. So that will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 2 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Chris Woodley and then Jason Anderson. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. I just wanted to provide some very brief comments this morning regarding the Amendment 80 review. We had a chance to sit down over the summer and meet with Mr. McCracken and kind of go through the outline and then, talk about that in comparison to the analysis or the work that was done in 2014. And after having those conversations with him, we feel that as currently outlined, it's very thorough, it's very complete. And in 2014, the content of that report was very well received by the council. And I think it's possibly better than other program reviews that we'll get because we have extensive EDR data that's available that other fleets don't. So we feel that what we're looking at here is would be a very thorough and complete analysis. One thing that during the SSC that was brought up was possibly trying to get some more information on port call data, and we'd be happy to work with the SSC and Mike Down to provide that information because we're not sure that the information that currently gets collected is 100% accurate. But so we have all that offload information, location, and be certainly happy to provide that. And other than that, that's all I have. But happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Jason Anderson. Okay. All right, well, that will conclude public comment then. Are we ready for action? We can stand down. Ms. Van Herven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank staff for doing a great job on the work plan they brought forward to us. We've been through quite a few of these reviews now, and I think we're getting it dialed in pretty well. I think the SSC's review was helpful in ensuring that we do have a pretty complete package in the work plan for going forward. And in their minutes, I learned a new word, septennial, which I will probably never use in my life, but it's good to know. And I don't think we need a motion here, but I don't have any additional items to include. I think it's pretty complete. And these are largely updates from the last review that we did for the Amendment 80 program. And so I hope that we can move this through our process fairly quickly and free up resources for other issues that we're trying to take on. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Herven. Further comments from council members? That means some support for Ms. Van Herven's approach laid out. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, moving right along then. That will bring us to D5 or PCFMAC report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Sarah Kleber, council staff. I'm also the staffer for the PCFMAC committee. And I'll be presenting the report from our recent committee meeting. And I wanted to orient you as to what some of the important items on your e-agenda under this action are. So the first is the link to this presentation, as well as the link to the NIMS presentation that the committee received, since you won't be receiving that presentation in full. We've linked it there. The report itself is linked there, and there's also an updated observer analytical task list. As a reminder, the PCFMAC was developed to provide the council with recommendations specific to the partial coverage observer program. So these would be issues such as observer fees, observer and EM deployment, and cost efficiencies. And the PCFMAC held a hybrid meeting on September 12th. So we were able to have a component of the meeting for members of the public and committee members attend at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So it was great to be able to offer that as well as remote participation. The main thing that was on our agenda was an update on the partial observer coverage cost efficiencies integrated analysis. And that's a mouthful, and it's often referred to as the partial coverage integrated analysis or the cost efficiencies analysis. And the committee also received a budget update from NIMS staff. Normally at the October meeting, the council would receive the draft annual deployment plan and make recommendations for the final ADP. However, as you'll recall, in June, the council supported maintaining the stratification and allocation strategy from the 2022 ADP and carry that into 2023. And this would allow time for the cost efficiencies analysis to be completed. So that's why you don't have that presentation here today. For reference, the 2022 target coverage rates for vessels in the partial coverage fisheries are included here on the slide. The final 2023 ADP with the final budget and the resulting coverage rates will be provided to you in December under the B reports. The PCFMAC at its meeting appreciated receiving the budget update from NIMS and was encouraged to hear that the observer program is expected to have a similar budget for the fisheries and partial coverage in 2023 as it did this year. And while NIMS has not yet projected effort for the 2023 fishing year, the committee members were optimistic that similar coverage rates would be able to be achieved, assuming a comparable level of fishing effort. The total funds available for observer and EM days in any given year are really a combination of different types of funds. And these funds are comprised of the prior year's fee revenues, federal appropriations, and any funds that are remaining on the prior year's contracts. Committee members expressed that identification of each of these sources is really important in order to understand the impact to observer and EM coverage if funding was reduced to only fee revenue. So this slide highlights some of the specifics of the budget. The preliminary budget for 2023 estimates almost $6 million in available funds on the partial coverage observer contract with AIS. In addition to that, there's about $1.5 million in available funds with PAC states for reoccurring costs in the fixed gear EM program, and an additional $2 million that is awarded as a new 5-year grant to PAC states to install new EM systems, support vessels which have end-of-life EM systems, and pay for other one-time costs. And I'll note that for comparison, the 2022 budget was approximately $5.2 million for the observer program and EM. And none of these figures include the cost of the trawley MEFP, which is currently funded by NIFWIF. And NIMS staff noted that some of these funds all these funds are not just for 2023. Some of these funds will be spread out over multiple years. The committee also acknowledged the efforts of industry members in the region who have been advocating for appropriations towards EM and towards the observer program in general. And so the committee expressed its appreciation for those efforts. Moving on to what the main purpose of our meeting was, looking at the cost efficiencies analysis. So the purpose of that analysis is really to evaluate different deployment designs to more efficiently spend the observer fee revenues such that greater coverage and improved monitoring is achieved using both observers and electronic monitoring. And this meeting that the committee had was specifically scheduled to allow the committee to review the suite of draft sampling designs as well as the evaluation criteria and the analytical assumptions under a timeline that would then allow the committee sufficient time to provide recommendations on subsequent changes for the analysts during the drafting process. The agency staff that are working on the analysis aim to produce an analytical document that better integrates EM, evaluates the sampling designs, and then recommends one design for use in future years, while identifying trade-offs between all of the different monitoring deployment designs. And so this analysis is scheduled for council review in October of 2023 and would be incorporated into the 2024 ADP. At the meeting, the analytical staff described the components of the 6 different proposed designs, and these are detailed a little bit in the report, but I won't go through in detail what each of these proposed designs includes. The presentation also tried to describe the analytical team's comparative design evaluation ideas thus far, so the ways to compare the data quality, utility, and the costs across designs. NIMS emphasized that while it's unlikely to achieve a 50% reduction in costs while maintaining similar coverage levels as were achieved this year, the agency's goal is to develop a scientifically robust sampling plan that will enable collection of the most and the best data for a given and variable budget. The committee highlighted the importance of receiving a comparison of the different proposed designs based on an example of a past fishery year under several different budget scenarios. And this would provide a way for the committee to see the data coming out of an example fishery. So for example, 2021, and then what would have been captured under each proposed design using a low, medium, and high budget scenario. The analytical team indicated that they hope to have a finalized set of the monitoring designs by this month and a final list of any needed regulatory changes by January 2023, and the analyses for the evaluation of the monitoring designs to be completed by April 2023. For committee feedback, the PCFMAC first wanted to highlight that they appreciate the work of staff to date on this analysis. And the committee noted that until more detail is known on some of the key elements that drive each of these proposed sampling designs, it's challenging to determine whether the designs will achieve the council's objectives. So with that being said, for the next committee meeting, the PCFMAC had a list of recommendations for the NIMS analytical staff to bring back at our next meeting. The first was that under the paired EM with at-sea observers design, which was one of the designs described in the report, the committee wanted a description of the level of observer coverage that would be expected. So the committee noted that participation in the EM pool is voluntary. And so if vessels are going to be required to carry EM and have a probability of also being selected for observer coverage, it could be challenging to ensure continued participation within the EM program or within the EM pool. So the committee felt it was necessary to understand the differential coverage rates between the observer only strata and those that would carry or could potentially carry both an observer and EM in order to determine whether or not they felt like that could be a feasible design. The committee also looked forward to a detailed description of the domains in the SEA design and the cost-weighted box design. The committee also recommended getting an update on which proposed allocation strategies would include optimization days after meeting an established baseline coverage under the sample budget scenarios. So the PCFMAC noted that one of the council's intentions with initially restructuring the partial coverage observer program was to be able to put higher levels of coverage in fisheries that are council priorities, for example, PSC limited fisheries. And so the committee recommended that that designs that include a baseline coverage rate also allow for allocating additional optimization coverage to address council priorities. The committee brought up how previous annual deployment plans only looked at observed days and not EM days when evaluating the baseline coverage rate and when comparing gaps in data across sampling designs. So committee members recommended that the analytical team bring back some more information on how the baseline coverage rates for both observers and EM would be evaluated under the different sampling designs. NIMS indicated that zero coverage is going to be a factor in all 6 of the proposed designs, but the committee wanted further detail on the criteria that are being considered to put vessels or trips into the zero coverage pool. The committee also had a robust discussion on the shoreside fixed gear EM design. So in this design, all fixed gear EM trips are monitored for compliance with maximum retention requirements. And so a subset of those trips are randomly selected to have biological samples collected by shoreside observers. And for those same deliveries, at sea video would be reviewed and data such as hook release methods being used for halibut, as one example, could be recorded. And so the committee didn't have strong support for this design. The committee was pretty concerned with the logistics of implementing a maximum retention scenario in fixed gear fisheries. And specifically, the committee wanted to better understand which species would need to be retained and how discards would be quantified under a maximum retention scenario. The committee noted that if full retention were required on all trips, this would likely not be a feasible alternative for evaluation. And that's because it would represent a significant and new operational burden for industry. On the other hand, the committee also noted that if full retention were not required on every trip, there could be a substantial monitoring effect. The committee also reiterated their desire for further detail on the analytical assumptions and key metrics that impact the outcomes of the sampling designs. For example, what goes into the cost of an EMC day, or how bias metrics would be evaluated or modified. The agency also presented on a few projects that are outside of the integrated analysis, but could affect the budget or how observers or EM are deployed in the future. And an example of one of these projects is looking at ways to try to reduce the time it takes to review EM data, as that's something the committee has heard some issues surrounding, and I think the council has heard about as well. We didn't have any public comment at the meeting, but the council has already approved the committee to have another meeting in late winter or early spring for a second update on the cost efficiencies analysis and to be able to provide further recommendations on it. And I'll be working with NIMS analytical staff and our committee chair to schedule that meeting. Take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. That will bring us to public comment. I think we have one person signed up to testify. Refresh here. Ms. Kimball?
Mr. Chair, is there an AP report on this? I can't seem to find it.
I think they took it up, but I don't believe there was any report to be had. So I think they just heard it and took no action.
Thanks.
It looks like we have one member of the public signed up to testify. Robert Alverson. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and other council members and staff. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on D5 I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. And I also happen to be a member of the PCF MAC committee. The association members are concerned that the efforts to find financial efficiencies for the partial coverage observer program will not materially enhance the coverage levels that we are currently seeing. This was confirmed by a National Marine Fishery Service participant at our last PCF MAC meeting, who expressed that the committee should not expect any significant increase in observer coverage based on the efficiency elements that we were reviewing. Additionally, during the PCF MAC discussion, the question was asked, should the council or the committee come up with efficiencies and they were implemented, how could they be realized and actualized as additional observer days, given the current bidding process for the observer contract? Why wouldn't these efficiencies just be absorbed by a bidding company as additional profits with a similar bid as we had in 2021 that resulted in $1,393 a day of cost? In the 2022 May annual report produced by National Marine Fishery Service, there's a delineation of all the costs from the factory ships, the motherships, the catcher boats that deliver to them. Those prices are in the $378 range and to $450 for some catcher boats that deliver over the side. Those are usually 20, 30, 60 or 90-day contracts. So those prices can be pushed down to those levels. Vessels such as for FVOA, catcher boats, ice type boats off of Washington, Oregon in that observer program, our observer coverage is somewhere between 550 to 625 a day. I added a supplemental comment this morning. I don't know if you can log in and see that, but the current market rate is approximately to our boats is about $650 a day. The cost in 2021 was almost $1,400 a day with your federal contract. There's a savings or differential of $743 a day. There was 3,100 observer days. That comes to about $2.3 million in potential efficiencies that the council and the PCF MAC are not looking at. Just to take half of those efficiencies and put them into new observers would result in more than a 50% increase in your current 15% coverage on the fixed gear. And I think it was 19% last year in 2021. It would take it up close to 30% without government subsidies in the trawl fleet. And that would leave another 1,800 EM days at $900 a day. Jennifer Ferdinand indicated they had new numbers on the EM from $1,800 to $900. These are significant savings that we're not talking about. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, the association recommends to the council that the only remaining area where significant cost savings can be realized with the partial coverage observer program is to change the delivery model to allow the partial coverage fleet to directly access the NOAA approved observer companies and being reimbursed at the end of the year from the poundage fees currently being collected from that fleet. We recommend the council pursue this option with a discussion paper that addresses these concerns in making that conversion. And at very least, directing the PCF MAC to begin to look at this. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Other questions? Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Alverson. You've been working with concepts like this for a while now, and have actually requested, and the council has provided a discussion paper on a sort of a similar type proposal, trying to take advantage of that differential that we see between rates in the pay-as-you-go program and rates in the partial coverage program. And it's my recollection that the previous version was more utilizing the concept of vouchers. Can you kind of explain some of the differences you see between that voucher approach and the approach that you are suggesting we give discussion paper attention to at this point?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, the voucher program envisioned would require National Marine Fisheries Service to go away from the current contract, but then to set up in some fashion a dollar value that, say, if one of my boats went out for 5 days and an observer, maybe that voucher is good for $700 a day. And so I'm not, it seems that there were issues in developing such a voucher at the contract level for issues with National Marine Fisheries Service in our past discussions. I think Sam Cunningham did a report on this. The difference between coming up with the magic number of whether it's 650 or 700, we are recommending that the partial coverage fleet be allowed to do what they did prior to the partial coverage amendment and operate just like the factory ships, go directly to the marketplace when they have to have a observer using the odds process to determine that observer. And then it would be their responsibility to take that observer and then at the end of the season submit for reimbursement. We're trying to move this to a marketplace rather than having the government guess what that voucher price should be, or the current contract, which they've developed in good faith, but it's coming in at about $1,400 a day, and the market rate's about half that. I hope that answers some of your question.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. It does. And of course, it generates a follow-up question. And part of your answer may well just be that's what you're hoping the discussion paper to flesh out. But I think as you describe that kind of a mechanism, a fair number of us are sitting here thinking about, okay, so how does NMFS know how much money to leave to cover the reimbursements at the end of the season? I mean, they have a fixed pool of money, as we all know, and they would have to essentially under this proposal leave enough to be able to cover all of the costs, the reimbursable costs of the participants in this part of the program. And do you have a sense of that, or is that something you're looking to the discussion paper to really flesh out?
Through the chair, I think a discussion paper, I know there are some council members that question whether the numbers I have produced are going to result in those numbers. And I think a discussion paper could confirm what the market rates are. And if National Marine Fisheries, if I was running it and I was confident the price was X, I'd probably assume X plus 30% and run the first year on a slightly higher assumption. And if the numbers are coming in on what you analyzed as the true market value, then you could become more efficient. But I think there's a way to run that. I think in industry, that's what they would do. They would give themselves some cushion, recalibrate, and by June, you should be able to find out from the fleet what the price is and what you're likely going to see as requests for reimbursement.
Further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. In your letter, the ask is a discussion paper outlining the regulatory action needed to amend the current partial coverage program to allow boat owners to access directly from observer companies. And so is there a write-up of the program that you envision so that staff would have direction on what regulatory action would need to be changed?
Well, to the chair, I am assuming there's something that forces the fleet to pay into the 1.65%. And there's something that forces the fleet and NMFS to do a contract to begin with. So what is that requires that contract? Can we get rid of that contract and have the fleet go directly to the market? So it's a pretty simple end game where the fleet would not be interfacing and the National Marine Fisheries Service would not be developing a contract any longer. So what would you have to set up to force the fleet and direct the fleet where they would basically do what they were doing pre-partial coverage program, where they set up their own observer coverage to through the approved NIMS, NOAA observer companies and took their observers, paid the upfront cost and then get reimbursed. I think the biggest concern if I was NIMS is looking at how does that reimbursement issue, there was 900 boats, independent votes, and 300 of them were under 40. So they didn't have a cost. So you're maybe looking at 600 to maybe 400 boats that are probably going to ask for reimbursement at the end of the year. I think that's the biggest issue for National Marine Fisheries Service. Allowing the fleet to go to the same process that the factory trawlers and the fleet had before, and a similar program that they have for the trawl program off of Washington, Oregon, California. Seems, maybe I'm thinking it's just too simple, but there must be some forcing mechanism currently that requires us to operate in the way we're doing now. And I'm wondering what needs to be done to realign that.
Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. So I think my understanding of your vision, what this looks like is pretty much the old system before we restructured as far as how you obtain your observers, but with the layer of odds on there to determine when you take your observers rather than the old days when the boat determined when to take the observers. And then the other difference being this reimbursement from the observer fee. Did I follow that correctly?
Through the chair, that's exactly it, Ms. Vanderhoosen.
Further questions for Mr. Alverson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Council like to take any action? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion. On D5 for the partial coverage fisheries monitoring advisory committee, the council recommends the analytical staff provide further description and evaluation of the proposed deployment designs, evaluation criteria, and underlying assumptions for the partial coverage cost efficiencies analysis as outlined in the September 2022 PCFMAC report. The council supports an abbreviated 2022 Observer Annual Report, Chapters 3 and 4, to meet these requests and complete the cost efficiencies analysis in time for incorporation in the draft 2024 Observer Annual Deployment Plan. With a second, I'll speak briefly to it.
Second by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. This is really a check-in with the council that the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee has asked for several as we go through the process of the cost efficiencies analysis. And so then their report comes to us. By no means has Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the FMA division completed this cost efficiencies analysis that the council tasked previously, but they are in progress. So the committee had some very solid recommendations. They were, if you look at the PCFMAC report that Ms. Cleaver went through, they're bolded on pages 3 and 4 of the committee report. And this motion basically says, endorses those recommendations as we move forward in the progress for the cost efficiencies analysis. As Ms. Cleaver already mentioned, the council's already approved another committee meeting that was supposed to be in early 2023. We haven't figured out what dates there are for that yet, but the purpose of that meeting is to allow the committee to convene and provide more input prior to finalizing all of these proposed designs. And so this motion purposely doesn't endorse any or all of the proposed deployment designs in the NIMS presentation. I don't want to get ahead of the committee's input, and I didn't think that was appropriate. But I did want to endorse some of the critical components that the committee thought they needed to see in order to determine whether these are feasible designs. I also included support, like we did last year, for an abbreviated observer annual report. That's still a pretty hefty report that we get every June meeting, but it does allow the staff to have some direction to pare down what's in chapter 3. And I had added what's in chapter 4 on the enforcement section. That section has started to overwhelm the deployment plan in the annual report, and we get a full summary of that as same information in our June enforcement report. So I thought it was fine to ask staff to pare down both of those chapters. It allows people more time, I think, and resources to complete the cost efficiencies analysis. And as Ms. Cleaver pointed out, the whole point of that is to get that incorporated into our 2024 deployment plan. So the council will see what that looks like when we come back in October, every October when we look at that deployment plan. So that's the progress on the point of the motion. It's really to keep this moving, and the council's asked for check-ins on this, and that's what this agenda item is for.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on Ms. Kimball's motion? Okay. Any amendments or comments? Okay. Mr. Twite.
Just a comment that I really appreciate, the agency's hard work to keep particularly the cost efficiencies analysis, which I know is a broad ranging piece of work, on track. We've fairly consistently identified trying to manage the costs of the partial coverage program and achieve efficiencies, further efficiencies, and it is one of our higher priorities as a council. And this certainly it's very heartening to see the work remaining essentially on schedule, and it's heartening to see the kinds of results that may be coming out of it. And just appreciation to the committee and their playing their role, and certainly committee chair, Ms. Kimball, in ensuring that sort of stay on track for that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further comments? Is there any opposition? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further action under this agenda item, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that I was just finishing tidying up in response to some public testimony we got on this. And if I could just have a couple minutes, I could get it transferred over to staff.
Sure thing, Mr. Twite. Let's stand down for a few minutes.
Thank you.
Council, please come back to order. Okay, I believe we have Mr. Twight's motion ready to present. Okay, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is the council requests staff develop a discussion paper that would delineate the regulatory changes required to allow the partial coverage fleet to secure their observer coverage directly from the NOAA approved observer companies and being reimbursed at the end of the season from the fees collected from this fleet and their processors. With a second, I can speak to the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Kimball. Sorry. Ms. Vanderhoven, sorry. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This request, while it's similar to requests that PCFMAC has reviewed and supported in the past, has some notable differences that are responsive to the concerns that were identified either by the PCFMAC or in subsequent review of discussion papers. The PCFMAC does, as they've described, continue to be interested in all possible approaches to managing the cost of the program, but has also had to prioritize pretty carefully where staff time and effort goes. They have placed the highest priority on completing the cost efficiencies analysis that's in front of them now, and I suggest that this discussion paper, if approved by the council, should be scheduled to avoid any interference with the completion of the cost efficiencies analysis. We can discuss that further in staff tasking. The potential increase in cost efficiency, if this is a workable proposal, is quite large. So I believe this is an important analysis that we should be considering. For instance, if the partial coverage observer program can take advantage of a cost efficiency of almost $700 to $800 per day, which is the difference from the current partial coverage costs and the range of costs we're hearing about in the full coverage fleet, coverage rates could be well above the 15% threshold for fixed gear and almost double for both fixed gear and trawl 20 to 40%. This action does not contemplate a voucher, which was the subject of the prior analysis of a similar sort of proposal. Rather, it relies on direct industry involvement for procuring an industry day, an observer day, as well as industry reimbursement at the end of the season. I recognize that reimbursement potentially creates a new work task for NIMS and expect the discussion paper to explore that. It should also verify the magnitude of the cost differences between the full coverage and partial coverage programs. I anticipate there might be several approaches to managing the funds to support a reimbursement approach, and I hope that the paper could explore some of those. And finally, a discussion paper should assume the odds process continues and the 1.65% fee continues to be collected. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. What is the proposal that we're asking staff to evaluate?
The proposal is still conceptual at this point. It's not a, there isn't a detailed two-pager to work with at this point. It's really more of a concept, and it's hope that in examining the various elements of the concept, that would then allow industry proponents to either decide the idea is unworkable or hopefully come forward with a more detailed version that could then actually be subject to analysis. But they have identified the need to understand in particular whether there's any legal impediments that could be raised with this, or whether there's any other major impediments that would make this impractical from the start and cause them to essentially have spent time trying to develop a detailed proposal when it turns out not to be feasible at all for major reasons. So it's really sort of trying to get an initial look for major red flags. And then I would assume that the proponents of the proposal would then be able to come back with a much more detailed proposal that we could actually sink our analytical teeth into.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Twite, thank you for the motion. I just was wondering why you chose a motion instead of redirecting back to the PCF MAC for evaluation and then having them put it in their recommendations.
I don't think we have, as a council, provided, correct me if I'm wrong on this, and it's certainly an avenue to think about, but I don't think we as a council have provided direction to the committees without the full council deciding that that's an appropriate direction to the committees. So I think it's useful for the full council to review this and see if it's worth the, if in their judgment, it's further exploration of it is worth the time and effort on the part of the committee, on the part of staff and agency staff.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, I appreciate when you spoke to the motion, you acknowledged the prioritization of the cost efficiencies analysis. My understanding is that the PCF MAC has discussed this issue in the past and specifically chosen to prioritize the cost efficiencies analysis and has not elected to move forward a discussion of any changes to the service delivery model. So I guess I'm wondering if you have any more thoughts on this and why you think the time is ripe for addressing this now.
Thanks. My understanding of the committee's logic as they've looked at sort of similar proposals that could involve, as you say, some pretty major reworking of the basic service delivery model, that the committee's preference, as much because of exigencies as anything else, is that they viewed the elements that are in the current cost analysis proposal as potentially being more doable more quickly. And there was an interest in getting to at least some adjustments as quickly as possible. And so they've continually prioritized those sort of within system adjustments above some of the larger concepts. This proposal is coming forward at this time because at least on the part of the proponents, and I don't think they necessarily spoke to this, but I think it's my understanding that as they've worked, participated in the PCF MAC process and looked at where they think looked at the kinds of benefits they think could result from the cost analysis package. While they see some benefits, they think could be and should be room for a lot more benefits than it looks like the collective actions in the cost reduction analysis will be able to deliver. So I'm reflecting a judgment on their part at this point that we should be starting to think about what else in addition to the elements of the cost reduction package.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, so I guess a process question. If that's the case, why would we not? Why would we ask for a discussion paper on this now as opposed to waiting for the committee to address this and bring it up through a committee report?
Because fleshing this out to the point where it's actually able to be analyzed is going to take quite a while, particularly if we turn to industry to put some more to put enough additional detail. And what they've been suggesting, both with this and previous ones, is they need some basic questions answered in order to know whether they really can put together a realistic proposal. So giving them enough information now that they can go back and develop it more, but that's going to take them quite a while. So it's their sense, and I share their sense, that now is probably the right time to try to give them the kind of initial feedback they know in order to go back and do the hard work of pulling together a larger proposal.
Ms. Baker.
Sorry, I keep doing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is actually for staff on this motion. It's really a follow-up on Ms. Kimball's question of Mr. Twite. And in Mr. Twite's response to that question in terms of what the request actually would be. And I wanted to ask one, if that was clear to you, Ms. Cleaver, and two, is that, did it seem reasonable, should the council adopt this motion to bring back that product, or do you have lots of questions?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. And I'll start this with my answer, and then I don't know if we have NIM staff online as well, and I'll allow them an opportunity to respond further. So I think that on a personal level, and we don't know how we will end up tasking staff for individual analyses, but based on the conversations we've had at the committee level, and looking over kind of the prior analyses that have been done on related but not entirely the same ideas, such as the voucher program, I have a pretty clear idea of at least the kind of the first step that's being asked for here, looking through whether there are specific regulatory constraints that need to be identified in order to have this kind of observer provider procurement. And I think that there will probably be a lot of questions that will come up and probably take some discussion between staff and industry on whether staff may be headed in the right direction, since there isn't a fully fleshed out proposal. But I think it's something that staff can take a stab at, especially the trying to delineate regulatory changes to allow this. And the kind of general idea that's being proposed here, I think we have an okay understanding of.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
sure, we can also invite NOAA staff if they wish to provide comment as well, as Ms. Cleaver offered them up.
Chairman, this is Jennifer Burton. Can you hear me?
Quietly, we're going to need you to, staff's going to try again, please.
Okay, is this a little bit better?
Yes, much better.
Okay, great.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. For the record, this is Jennifer Ferdinand with the National Marine Fisheries Service at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I oversee the Observer Program. I think that Mr. Twight's motion specified that this action or this discussion paper not interfere with the cost efficiencies analysis, and so I think that staffing that internally would be difficult. I think we would have to prioritize it. So I appreciate Mr. Twight's specificity with it not interfering. But I think we can work out the regulatory. I'm actually not even sure if there are any regulatory stops for us to use a different service delivery model. I think I have lots of questions about the details, and perhaps those would be fleshed out a little bit in the discussion paper. So I think it'll depend on how the staff tasking is worded.
Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. Okay, any, let's see, where were we? Any additional questions on the motion? Okay, any amendments or comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to note that I'm supportive of this motion. I think in my mind, regardless of where we're at with the committee, I think this is a priority to look at these kind of cost efficiencies. I'm not sure it's quite, I'm not sure what we get back is quite so simple as Mr. Alverson's initial look at this. I mean, in other words, I'm not sure we're going to increase fixed gear and trawl by 50%, but I think we would increase significantly. There's a chance that we can increase significantly the fixed gear observer and trawl observers coverage rates and provide an additional EM days by taking a look at this. So I think it's a good thing to do. I don't have any kind of priority on where this goes in the 3 meeting outlook or something. That'll be for our discussion at staff tasking. I think it may be somewhat of a lower priority in some of the other stuff that we have, but I thank Mr. Twite for bringing this up, and I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further comments? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I think it's a concept worthy of consideration. I think we need to deal with cost efficiencies, and I appreciate Mr. Alverson's persistence in pushing this issue to the forefront of what we're looking at, because I think it really will make a difference if it were to work. My reservations about supporting the motion are firstly a process issue, where in the past, when we have the IFQ committee or the Charter Halibut committee, other functioning committees like this one that we've populated with people with expertise to prioritize the issues that the committee has, we've usually turned requests like this back to the committee for evaluation and prioritization, and to take an issue out of sequence and prioritize it over other priorities from the committee seems like it starts to mitigate the value of the time that the committee members put into prioritizing. So that was my one concern with it. My other one is that looking at the 3-meeting outlook and not even considering other things that we passed at this meeting, there's 6 initial reviews, 3 programmatic reviews, 2 discussion papers, and the NIM staff is so backed up that they couldn't get the ABM final rule done, and it's been a really long time since that happened. That's not counting all the other rules that are under consideration now, and I feel like we heard pretty clearly that there are staffing constraints. And so my reservation about supporting a discussion paper like this is that we're supporting a discussion paper that probably won't see the light of day for years under the current workload. And it might be a better idea to turn this idea back to the PCF MAC, let them flesh out some of the details, prioritize it with the other things that we're going to have to do, and then see how that plugs in. And I know that isn't responsive to changing this right away, but I think that it is responsive to the message we got from the agency and to the workload that's in the 3-meeting outlook. And so I'm pretty much on the fence supporting this thing, because I think it is going to create more work that isn't going to get done in a timely manner right now. And that's my concern. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will align myself with Mr. Mesereau's comments. I do agree it's a concept worthy of pursuing. My additional concern, in addition to those expressed by Mr. Mesereau, is just, well, I guess it's really the same process concern. I think we have purposefully established committee processes whereby it's a ground up process. And I hear Mr. Twite's explanation that this is conceptual and needs a little information to move forward, so the proposers can flesh that out. And in our current constrained resources situation relative to staff and our real need to dig in and prioritize, I think if this concept is worth pursuing, my preference is that the proposers talk with staff to the degree they can to on phone calls, little pieces of information that might help them move forward to flesh this out a little bit. But and then, as Mr. Mesereau said, use the PCF MAC process to work that proposal through. I would feel much more comfortable with that idea. I understand Mr. Twite's rationale, but I think just consistent with the theme at this meeting, I can't support it for process reasons.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to support the motion. I recognize and agree with a lot of the comments that Mr. Mesereau and Ms. Baker had about using the committee. We've seen the proposal in various forms for several years now. I don't know if that's the direction that things go in the long run, but I think better understanding what some of these regulatory changes or hurdles there are will help industry also come forward to the committee with other potential ways to crack the same nut. I'm not going to weigh in on the priority component. I'll leave that to others, but every year we see the gap between what the pay-as-you-go and the partial coverage fleets, what those costs are, is widening. And if we don't get this started, it just continues to let that gap grow, and it never gets to the committee. So I think this is a good place to get started to spur some of that industry initiative and creativity. And so I will support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Van Roven. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the quality of the discussion around the table. I guess at this point, I'd like to pose a question to the council is if there's indeed general interest in exploring this idea further, but it's as much a question of process and or priority and resources, would the council then, general council members think that it might be an idea to actually have a motion to table this particular motion at present, and then with revisiting and staff tasking, when either this could be revisited amendment or an alternate could be proposed instead? Is that the general sense of those who have concerns that that sort of approach? Obviously, as the maker of the motion, I can't do that, but I can certainly ask.
It's kind of an atypical conversation in the council process, and I'd probably like to have Mr. Hanson here to help me work through it. But I will look to those council members who've expressed concerns to see if you would like to address it. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much share the concerns that Mr. Mesereau and Ms. Baker raised about this. I'm not sure procedurally the best course here, but I'm not opposed to the concepts embedded in this motion. But process-wise, I guess I am a little bit concerned that an issue that was not getting traction at the committee level because of what appear to me to be legitimate prioritization decisions is then coming before us and potentially getting traction here rather than working through the committee. So as it stands with this motion, I would oppose it. If tabling it is appropriate, I would certainly be willing to introduce a motion to table it.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just a piece of clarification for me. It's not clear to me I know what tabling does, but what does that, what does that mean to this motion, and where does it go from there? It's not clear to me how that works, and that's probably just my ignorance to the process. Anyone here able to answer that question?
Yeah, typically Mr. Hanson, our parliamentarian, I'd look to him. I'm going to see if Mr. Witherell wants to jump in on that.
I think tabling would mean that someone could bring it up later in this meeting before the meeting ends, or bring it up at another meeting, future meeting. One path that you could go forward with this is simply to have the motion maker withdraw the motion and then perhaps come up with a different solution for staff tasking.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, I actually did think about that option as well, and decided that I thought that given there was sort of general withdraw usually means that it's pretty clear the motion doesn't have a lot of support for a variety of reasons. Nonetheless, it would still work as long as somebody could bring it back up again in roughly its same form, or I guess an alternate form. Tabling implies, though, something different, that there's sort of general interest in the concept. It's just needs some more room for further reflection and discussion by council members about what the right approach might be. It sort of acknowledges, I think, a little bit more of the basic, but I will defer to the wishes of the council on that. And I'm not looking for a vote at this point, but if there's council members who would speak to the relative merits of one or the other, that's just my own thoughts on the merits of both.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been down this road before of being in Mr. Twite's position now, putting motions forward that I then had to reconsider tabling or withdrawing. My understanding was when we withdraw a motion, that to bring it back up at that meeting, it has to be substantially different. And I can remember going through that process, but tabling it, I think might, I would be willing to consider tabling. That would mean that, as Mr. Twite said, it has some merits. We can bring that back up at a subsequent meeting or later in this meeting, but it serves as somewhat of a placeholder. So I think from my perspective, I think tabling might be a better option than withdrawing, to give a placeholder for this, because I think a new motion is not going to be substantially different from this motion. So that's my thoughts and shared experience with this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. Well, I suppose with that, we can entertain a motion to table if somebody does wish to do that. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to table the motion that is currently on the floor.
Motion in a second. Feel free to speak to it. I think there's been plenty of conversation. Questions, amendments, or comments on the motion to table? Okay. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just a comment. I'm with Mr. Williams. I'm not sure where we are tabling this to or where we go from here. Maybe some further discussions about whether this is the tasking intended or whether the tasking is now for the committee, and staff tasking is warranted when we think about this again. But I don't know where we're tabling this to, and I can look to Mr. Twite for that direction or just be silent and vote on the tabling. Personally, I would not have been able to support the original motion only as chair of the committee, not because the concept is not legitimate, but I think plenty of council members have spoken to the process issues and the idea that the committee wanted to see the cost efficiencies analysis in early 2023 before moving to other endeavors. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my experience in tabling a motion, it has always been tabling it to a time certain. So you have it set up in the future for when you want to address it again. That's the way I've always done it on the Board of Fish and other groups. So that's my experience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not certain that it has to be done that way. I think it can be tabled until there's a vote to untable it. But again, I don't have a ton of experience with this. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate Mr. Jensen's point, just because I think it's good public process, even if it's not required. I think it is useful to do that. And it would be if Mr. Kurland's motion to table passes, it would be my intent to bring it up again in staff tasking, either to formally withdraw it at that time or to offer it either for amendment or for an alternate, a substitute motion to be presented. And specifically what I'd like to explore further just in conversations with council members and staff is the process issue about should this be redirected as Mr. Mesro described in his comments as an alternative. And that would be one of the things that I, at least as the maker of the tabled motion, would be thinking about between now and staff tasking.
Thank
I
you,
don't
Ms.
know if that provides some additional help or direction, or if that gets to the intent of Mr. Jensen's point, but
That's provides some good clarity, Mr. Dwight. Okay, Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have never wished Mr. Hansen be present more than at this moment. What my understanding is that there's the term table under Robert's Rules of Order, and then there is the term postpone in Robert's Rules of Order. And there's a difference between those two things. And I am not sure how to get through that because I am not a parliamentarian, and I have looked a little bit while we've been having this conversation, but I'm not really sharp enough to pick up on what's truly the right way to do it or not. I don't know how critical it is. And I guess just to clarify how I feel about tabling it or postponing it is, if something different were to come up that would address some of the process issues, I'm not as worried about the workload as I am at the process. If you want to gauge my concern about this motion, it's not, if we're just adding another discussion box and a discussion of the batter's box, it's going to sit there for a while with everything else. That's one thing. Changing the process of how concerns flow through, that's more of an issue for me. And I'll just leave both of those things at that. Maybe I don't have a suggestion. I'll just sit here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mesero. Well, I think we've had, oh, sorry, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly. So if I understand, listening to the conversation and following up on my question about where this is tabled to, if the maker of the motion had intended the tabling to table the motion until staff tasking, then at least it's been put somewhere, and that may address some of the concerns about process. At least it's then been placed in a location, and I think that is an acceptable approach. But I am not Mr. Hansen, and I am not certainly a parliamentarian, but that would certainly, I think, solve our problem at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and look to you in a second here, Mr. Kurland. Dave and I've been consulting. I do think it does stay on the table until there's a motion to address it again. That's my understanding. I see nodding from Counselor. Mr. Kurland?
Mr. Chairman, if that's the interpretation, I'm fine with just leaving it as is. Thank you.
Okay. Well, are we ready to vote on the motion to table? Is there opposition? No opposition. Got a tabled motion. Anything further? Okay, well, let's go ahead and break for lunch then. Staff needs a little bit of longer lunch to deal with some huddling issues. So it's 1:20. 1:20. Okay, let's come back at 1:20 and we'll continue with the agenda. Council, please come to order. Okay, we are ready to begin with agenda item D6. Good afternoon, Dr. Stram.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. I'm going to walk through what's posted for you as well as the series of reports that I have all in one. On your agenda, then you have a report from the Climate Change Task Force meeting that occurred on September 15th, as well as the climate readiness synthesis. So the climate readiness synthesis is the majority of what I'm going through. And at the very end, I'll touch on what's in the CCTF report in terms of a general work plan and roadmap forward. Initially, you were going to get both the ACLIME and the IPCC report under this agenda item. Due to my co-chair, Dr. Holzman's availability, we moved the IPCC report up to the AFSC report under the B reports. She's not available this afternoon, so I will be giving the ACLIME portion of her report first, and then we'll move into the climate readiness synthesis. Oh, I'm sorry. And then at the very end, you will also take up an ecosystem committee report that is posted to your agenda. Okay, so first I'm going to go through the ACLIME and climate informed advice. Again, I'm deferring to Dr. Holzman. This is really her work. I'm part of the project overall, but she is the PI on this. So this all feeds into these are actually graphics from the Climate Change Task Force work plan. But the idea is that the ACLIME can provide tools and approaches to support climate informed management decisions. And so again, this is a graphic from our work plan that I'll touch on later. But the idea is that some early lessons that we've learned from the Climate Change Task Force, that rather than try to find optimal solutions, a synthesized range of scenarios and uncertainty helps inform decisions. This will come back to in some of our recommendations for a work plan as well. The first step is to identify existing and needed on-ramps for climate advice and map that information to those on-ramps. That is the basis of our climate readiness synthesis report that you will hear today. It's providing you the identifying what's existing and identifying what on-ramps are existing and or could be developed. That's where we'll get into with that. And then a gap analysis can then identify needed decision support tools. This all feeds into the ACLIME analysis. And then finally, providing this systematically in an operational manner to managers can help support climate-informed decisions. And so for the Bering Sea, this approach revealed the need for a regular report summarizing long-term projections and adaptation measures, including effectiveness over time. That's the third on-ramp that you see on the bottom. That's where we're going, basically. But oops. So the Alaska Climate Integrated Modeling Project connects historical and future climate conditions to climate integrated biological and socioeconomic models in order to evaluate the effectiveness of alternative management strategies. This is a test bed for the council to explore options before having to deploy them in real time. The project also provides context for the extent and type of change that can be expected under future climate change, i.e. projected temperature, ocean acidification conditions relative to historical conditions. So here's a timeline for ACLIME. You all did participate that workshop that occurred in June as well. But currently ACLIME's in its second phase, where the model projections have been updated with the most recent IPCC projections, and base oceanographic and biological models have been updated and enhanced to include higher depth resolution, better zooplankton and ocean acidification dynamics, better realism around biomass and fish condition, and importantly, changes in distribution. The ACLIME team have been modifying the models as well as interactively developing fishing, management, and climate scenarios to test the performance of various climate-informed and climate-naive tools and policies and adaptation measures. Interactions and input from council members and members of the public have been essential in informing this process. Most recently, the June workshop helped identify a subset of scenarios that they will use to run their models in the upcoming winter following stock assessment season, when the availability for the modelers. During the summer and this fall, they've also been developing historical and projected species distribution models, which should be completed by early November and will form the basis for some of the spatial management and spatial tools management strategy evaluations, especially those that involve the Northern Bering Sea and the Eastern Bering Sea, which is a central part of ACLIME 2. They expect to have results in the spring and would be able to participate in
possibly modify scenarios during a spring workshop. So we'll touch on this. This is meant to be aligned with the CCTF process and the proposed move forward in our case studies that I'll get into. They are proposing a third synthesis phase of the project, so ACLIME 3, which would be building a dashboard to access ACLIME results and decision support tools interactively with input and iteration through workshops in the next few years. And that dashboard would be maintained after the project through the NOAA Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Program, the one that supports the ESR production each year. So finally, the goal of ACLIME is to provide the framework and the test bed to evaluate tools that can be applied across multiple scales, from rapid response to ecosystem predictions to longer term climate smart decision support tools. It also helps to coordinate science and advice within the center and partners with multiple collaborators, our PIs on other related climate change products, and insights are shared with each other. All of these projects rely on effective monitoring and ongoing research beyond the scope of ACLIME modeling, cannot replace surveys or observations, but the two can be leveraged together and can be used to extrapolate beyond survey periods and areas. So this just provides you the Climate Ecosystems and Fisheries Initiative. Again, you heard from Bob Foy on all of these under your B reports in terms of how it fits in with national efforts. And so nationally, under this Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative, other projects in other regions like ACLIME will be created and maintained so that this will be more of a national effort, but ACLIME is the first one. So again, two-way information exchange between regional, national, and international advice. And that's all I have on ACLIME. I can pause for questions on that before we move into the Climate Change Task Force synthesis.
Any questions, Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. And I appreciate the walk through ACLIME. So looking at the, I don't know, the figure, the last one with sort of an infographic type thing on your slides, the climate support, smart decision support tools, just to make sure I'm tracking, that seems like the most relevant tool on this slide for the council, just to make sure, because when you first said that, I actually wanted to ask a question in an earlier slide. I hadn't quite heard that term. And so in my mind, those support tools are particularly relevant to this council and the type of thing that we're hoping to develop. And am I capturing that right? I kind of struggle with some of these concepts because it's not very familiar to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. Yeah, the idea of this whole graphic was just all of the key elements of climate ready advice. So not all of those are what's coming into the council forum and the council process, but I think you correctly identified the main part that's coming out of our work here with the Climate Change Task Force. And we'll get into this a little bit into the presentation, but working at climate enhanced stock assessments, we have some case studies that we're looking at amongst our stock assessments in order to see which ones of those would be the most relevant climate enhanced stock assessments. That's ideally the goal is for all of them. And when we get into the process that we're working on right now, I can give you some examples of ones that we've identified to start that process. And that's where we have different on-ramps in the stock assessment process for where climate information is or isn't presently available and whether or not it's being utilized. That's the difference is right now what we have, there's information that's available, it's whether or not it's being utilized. So we're trying to push the on-ramps. And so that I would say is our main on-ramp into the council process, understanding that the other things, the coordinated science and advice, ecosystem foresight and rapid response, those are all part of it in setting up a management system that provides for a rapid response mechanism is also part of it.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Can you just briefly describe for me on this particular graphic, you talk about the risk assessment component, I guess is the way, if I'm reading it correctly there on the right. How's that work or how's that fit in?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Williams. So that's sort of what we're getting into in terms of the MSCs that would be proposed under that the Climate Change Task Force is working on putting together in conjunction with the ACLIME project, so that the ACLIME project, which is an MSE, management strategy evaluation of climate impacts and how that is overlaid with fishery management implications. And so that will form part of the basis of the risk assessment under different climate scenarios. Once we've established what we're doing right now, which is what our baseline is, and then we're hoping that coming out of that, looking at different projections as well as some of the proposals that we have for moving this work forward, we would have be able to provide you a suite of tools. And then in order that you could consider as a council, in order to have more climate resilient, climate adaptive fisheries. And then the risk assessment there would be looking at modeling the different aspects of that. Like as we would do in a lot of any of our council analyses, but we're not always doing them in a model like a projection model. And so the point of working with ACLIME is that is already set up to be the MSE that looks at the climate impacts on fishery management and species distributions.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stram, I apologize if I missed some of this in your walkthrough. But with the ACLIME project, scheduling a June workshop with the council to help develop scenarios for ACLIME for sort of the next phase of the utility of ACLIME. Do you see any potential sort of synergies between that and other processes, like if, for instance, the council were to consider tackling a PSEIS and what we might go through to develop different alternatives for analysis? In that process, in your mind, is there a potential synergy there, or do you think we'd be best to just keep them as two pretty separate processes?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Dwight. So when we've talked about using ACLIME and again, from the Climate Change Task Force and our climate readiness synthesis and looking towards our ultimate goal from the Climate Change Task Force, our ultimate goal is to provide the council with a suite of management options that you might consider going forward in evaluating all different aspects to have more climate ready fisheries in the North Pacific. We intend to use ACLIME to help inform that. We are hopeful, Dr. Holzman is hoping that some projections in ACLIME could be run in conjunction with either proposed workshops into the spring, looking at different species distributions and impacts under different climate scenarios. So I think in the sense of it would be helping to take a programmatic look at climate ready fisheries and the things that you could do, whether or not that is also fitting in with the PSEIS as it stands previously, that I guess is up to the council. But I think the idea is that we are hoping to provide programmatic holistic. I hate to use programmatic because it tends to lead us right down to that specific document, but we are trying to provide programmatic options for the council that would help build more climate resilient fisheries management. And I think I kind of danced around your answer. I'm not sure if I got to it.
At this point, that's probably about all we can do is sort of describe the parameters. And I think you described that really well. And so it seems to me it's something worth keeping in the front of our minds as we move forward.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stram. What I'm wondering is, how is this going to handle data gaps in regards to the effects of increasing temperature on certain fish or other organisms that are in the ecosystem that you don't have the data? Are we going to have to wait to be climate ready fisheries to have the data on how increasing temperature impacts all the fish or organisms in an ecosystem? Or if we have data gaps, would you anticipate the on-road going to the plan teams and to the council to only address the impacts of climate on the species that you know are negatively impacted by climate? And then there would be some that maybe you don't have that information and it's a gap and there'd just be a question mark or a blank square in a matrix? Or is that how you see this working? Or do you feel like part of this process is getting temperature tolerances, for instance, for all species that we fish for? Or maybe if you don't have them for herring or octopus or some species like that, it would just be a blank in a matrix, or the plan team would get no recommendation for climate impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau. And again, keeping in mind that we're still going to walk through the climate readiness synthesis that we have compiled. The idea, I think, overall, is that what we're trying to do right now is establish where we are right now in terms of our baseline. We're then trying to project some near-term next steps that we can start to accomplish as a task force. And of that, some research gaps or some research priorities are going to fall out of it for things that we don't know. But the intention was never to stop and wait until we had all of the data on everything before doing something. It's to try to set up a framework that in our best estimate would provide more flexibility and or just be more climate resilient. And then your data will come as it comes and we learn more.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I just have a really basic question on slide 3. Are all of those on-ramps being supported by information that comes out of ACLIME? I mean, I see for on-ramp 1 and 2, but for on-ramp 3, the one that says new, is ACLIME supporting that, or is that our climate change task force?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. That's our climate change task force. So that is, we were just trying to provide a linkage where what we're looking to ACLIME for is we are hoping, and with council concurrence, that ACLIME can help us in projecting scenarios that might help us understand better which things would be more or less resilient in terms of overall strategies. But the on-ramps that you see here are directly from our work plan, and that's part of what we are trying to, we're working on on-ramp 1 right now. We're moving towards on-ramp 2. We do some of that, and we're trying to figure out the system by which our overall management system would be getting to on-ramp 3.
Thanks.
Further questions? All right, Dr. Stram, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now moving into the climate readiness synthesis that's posted, and I have here all of the CCTF members. I just want to acknowledge it's been a great deal of work trying to get this far with the climate readiness synthesis, and I just want to make sure that they're all they've all put in an extensive amount of work to get to where we are right now. So I'm really grateful for the great group that we have. Just again, the goal of the climate change module of the FEP is to facilitate council's work towards climate ready fisheries management that helps ensure both short and long-term resilience for the Bering Sea. And again, these are our 3 objectives of this is from the Climate Change Task Force Work Plan, basically summarizing them as collating information now, synthesizing that information, and communicating that information. And right now, we are quite squarely under objective 1, collate. So evaluating mechanisms and processes through which climate change information is currently included in the fishery management process, identifying the gaps, again, getting to Mr. Mesereau's point, and helping create opportunities to increase the inclusion of available information. That is exactly what our climate readiness synthesis is addressing. It is getting at objective 1 so that we know where we are right now. We've identified what gaps we can, and then we're trying to see how can we produce on-ramps that work within the existing system, as well as suggest additional on-ramps to make sure that that information, as it improves over time, is getting into the fishery management process. So this is a schematic you've seen before out of our work plan. This is intended to show you what the existing on-ramps and coordination are. We are working very hard with the ecosystem status team, the ESR teams, to make sure that we are not suggesting things that are already being done or already exist. We are trying to augment within the existing system. And then what you see here in orange is where the Climate Change Task Force is trying to work within those existing on-ramps and steps in order to provide that information. And the yellow circle is where we're at right now in trying and bringing forward this climate readiness synthesis. It's meant to be what do we look like right now in 2022? And that way, as we move forward and make modifications to either existing information on ramps to existing management, we would then be repeating that in the future to look back and see how we're improving in our climate readiness and moving up the scale. So again, the climate readiness synthesis is where we are right now in 2022. What we intend to have as an outcome for you in conjunction with the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan team is a climate change report that goes alongside and augments as a part of the overall fishery ecosystem plan report. We're still focused right now on the climate readiness synthesis. Eventually, we will be working towards producing a periodic climate change report. So this climate readiness synthesis has 3 different sections: a management process section, a safe report and plan team minutes section, and a knowledge and information based section. Just methodologically, how we went about doing this, and largely our meetings to date have been in the form of work sessions, and then coming back and reporting back as a group. We broke into 3 different subsets of the climate change task force, and each subset tackled the major writing of each of these sections. Then we met again. We did that in the spring, divided that out, met again in the summer with the idea, in September, to finalize this whole report as a task force, as well as to provide the rankings of qualitatively where we are in our idea of climate readiness. So I think it's important to first make sure that everyone has the same sort of understanding of what climate readiness is. It's meant to be a measure of the degree to which the management system is designed to be resilient to climate change. So the information, advice, and decision-making includes measures specifically aimed to be robust to long-term climate change, absorb climate shocks, and facilitate equitable and timely responses to unprecedented conditions and challenges. Climate-ready policies can build off effective tools and processes already in place, and we try to highlight that. This is the entire management section that I'm going to walk through snapshots of are the systems that are already in place, with the understanding that while we might not have intended that to be a climate ready measure, it still might be providing that sort of benefit. So they could be processes already in place, but through the lens of climate change, ensure the system's robust to climate change and supports adaptation, resilience, and sustains ecosystem, people, and livelihoods. We have some draft definitions then on page 6 of your document for both resilience and adaptation. We've kind of considered these to be working definitions that could be refined over time. But just as a snapshot then, resilience being the coupled socio-ecological system, and that would include but not be limited to biological and genetic diversity, economic viability, sociocultural prosperity, community sustainability and engagement, co-management, food security. This is not an exhaustive list. There's more that could be on there. While adaptation then are ecosystem-based policy decisions that include uncertainty. We talk about that a lot. Adjust and evolve at a rate that's consistent with observed changes and sources of information, is inclusive of diverse knowledge sources, and consider the direct and the indirect impacts and interactions with other species, sectors, stakeholders, and the environment. I just want to walk briefly through ranking, just to be clear, because in each section we ranked overall based on our knowledge of the overall, whether it's the overall management system, our knowledge base in the safe reports, our knowledge base in other aspects. And these rankings then are just expert opinion-based categorical or characterization of the readiness level for the relative context for current and future climate-informed advice and adaptation measures. They're really meant to be reviewed in a relative context and not a measure of effectiveness. So just to explain then, starting with the management overview section, all of our rankings then are 1 to 5. There's nothing magic about that. It could have been high, medium, low, medium, high. We chose to set them out as 1 to 5, from 1 being not ready, not climate ready, 5 being climate ready. And all 3 sections use the same ranking numbers. Where they differ then is in the description and the section specific details. So because this is for the management process, we modified these descriptions so that not ready indicates that there's no climate information included in the management measure. And that management measure is not designed to address climate change. It doesn't mean that some management measures could address climate change, even if they weren't intended to initially. And then all the way to climate ready as a 5, where the process in place for regular operational climate change informed management, such that management measures are designed for climate change and climate extremes and provide informative feedback on performance. So to cut to the chase on the management overview then, our overall assessment of the management program in the North Pacific is that it is a ranking of 2. It's on the way to climate ready. So some implicit climate change variability information is associated with management measures, but conceptually climate information informs the management but is not directly implemented. And that's just on aggregate, on average across all of our management measures. And I'm just going to walk through a couple case studies. We have a really dense table 1.2, where we tried to fill in not comprehensively every single thing that we do, but to try to give more of a snapshot of the general nature of our management processes and how we would rank individual ones as case studies, just to give an idea of that. So moving then to table 1.2. I'm just going to show just one snapshot of this, but I'll explain how the table itself is constructed. And again, any feedback that we receive from the public, from the SSC, from the council, will continue to build out that table. We have received some feedback from the SSC on that already. But some of the case studies then we laid out just as a couple: herring savings area, Northern Bering Sea research area, looking at our OY range, as well as industry-led measures. And just to explain how this table in particular is organized, we broke it down into categories, 7 different categories of management measures: special area management, quota programs, seasonal and sector reallocations, retention restrictions, TAC adjustments and exchanges, data integration, and industry-led measures. And then under each of those, then on the going down vertically, we have examples of current management actions, and each of these is a row. So I'm just going to show you this by virtue of the Northern Bering Sea research area as an example of how we developed this table, as well as the case studies that go along with it. The next row down then are potential climate change adaptive attributes, so strengths, and using individual management measures. And so one of the strengths we saw in the Northern Bering Sea research area is that it was implemented in part to address concerns with newly ice-free waters and the resulting change in the distribution of fish and crab populations. It's a precautionary measure to prohibit trawling until better understanding of the impacts of bottom trawling on benthic and epibenthic fauna. The next row down then are weaknesses, basically potential maladaptive attributes. So using the same example of the Northern Bering Sea research area, it is a static fixed trawl closure. It has yet to be effectively evaluated. So it was specifically designed to address ice-free waters. We don't know whether or not that measure itself is effective, or as a static trawl closure, if that is the best climate ready measure. Nonetheless, then our last row is opportunities for improvements. We can consider flexibility or more dynamic closure potential, and research into benthic and epibenthic impacts is critical to informing management options. So we tried to do this for all of these. We're still building out this table to try to provide for the council an overview of how different management measures are viewed. And we really found the case studies that we started to develop to be a really interesting way of trying to get that kind of feedback to put out for the public and to get stakeholder involvement back. And you'll see in our work plan, we have some ideas on how we would increase the feedback that we're getting from stakeholders to help build out these kind of tools and to develop these sort of management recommendations for more climate resilience. So just a couple, sorry.
Catch your breath there.
Yeah, I didn't know quite
Ms.
when
Kimball.
to stop, Dr. Strom. And maybe you're getting to this, but you mentioned briefly that the SSC had advice, and I was just wondering for your take on that. It seemed pretty important based on the SSC advice that, say, a management measure mentions climate, like the Northern Bering Sea research area as a reason for which that was originally developed, but another measure like the herring savings area may be climate resilient, but didn't mention climate and the reason for its development. Those two things shouldn't necessarily have different rankings if they both support the same objective or are both effective in the same way. So I wouldn't have caught that. Now that we see that SSC advice, is that the intent of the group to kind of go back and relook at the rankings and make sure we're consistent in that application?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. Yes, that's some of the conversation we had with the SSC, and we had some discussion at our CCTF meeting. Obviously, the rankings are qualitative, and we actually had some disagreement back and forth over different measures. So we tried to be internally consistent, but it's exactly your point. Just because the Northern Bering Sea research area, we gave it a higher ranking as a case study because it's the only measure, one of the only measures we have that was deliberately put into place. So we're trying not to rank them based on efficacy. We're trying to rank them based on what kind of climate refuge they might provide if you're talking about a closed area. The herring example, we also built out as a case study, ranked a little lower mostly because of how dated it is and the problems that we've run into with those. But it also might be providing a climate related refuge that is not necessarily related to the herring PSC itself. And those are the kind of things that we wanted to try to build out in case studies. And again, where ACLIME could come into play. One of the things that we've just been tossing around as an idea is laying out all of our area closures in the Bering Sea and then overlaying with them climate projections for species distribution and warming in the Bering Sea to see if some of those, whether or not they were put into place for whatever reason, might actually be doing more of a climate enhancement and refugia than we even realize, just to try to make sure. Or we might find that if we were to tweak some measure with only the lens of climate change, not necessarily, a lot of them are put into place obviously in response to management reactions, but some of them might be providing more beneficial protection than we know, and some of them might be doing the opposite if you're looking at it from relation to climate change. So I think for sure coming out of this meeting, we'll go back and look at how we've been ranking them. We were trying not to focus too much on ranking, but more we're finding that as we build out these case studies, we're learning more about how we might be able to provide more management advice to the council. And the one thing I would say, and this comes back to our recommendations at the end, because our meetings have been largely online work sessions, more or less, and then review, we haven't had as much stakeholder involvement as we would like. And so what you'll find at the end of our report is that we're proposing that the CCTF hold a much larger stakeholder workshop to try to bring in diverse stakeholders and knowledge sources so that we are getting more input on all of these. A lot of these have just been created on our own with a little bit of feedback from the public. And we're trying to increase that now that we finally got a work product that we can start to push forward to try to build out our toolbox. I'm not sure if that answered your question, Ms. Kimball.
It does. And thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think it's important, especially if you're moving toward, or the council endorses having some sort of a workshop, that you have the guidelines around like the definitions that you provided and how you would evaluate a management measure. I think it's also important because we've already had this experience through the other area-based conservation measures, or that term. Like if we weren't very specific that it was protecting biodiversity, it wouldn't have looked like a measure that protects biodiversity, even if in effect it does that because we've closed it for protecting crab. So I don't want us to get caught in that phrasing or terminology situation either with this project, where it seems like what we're really looking at is how robust are these management measures toward changes in climate as we go forward. So I'm really glad to hear that you're doing that. I had one other question and now I've talked myself out of remembering that. I'll think of it later. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stram, at the risk of sounding like I'm really only interested in one thing, this workshop approach that you mentioned, and I think that's great, because I think that it's really time to begin engaging the public in the work of the task force, and understand you haven't been able to as much, even though meetings have been open, but it really is time. Will that workshop approach with the public potentially yield benefits for other processes that the council may be considering as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Twite, I think obviously we've just begun thinking conceptually about the idea of this workshop, and we still have a lot of work to do to lay out kind of the terms of reference of the workshop and how we would do it. But ideally, what we would be coming out of this sort of a workshop with are some recommendations for comprehensive or minute changes that all might be considered in addressing climate change. That, as we understood it, the overall goal of the climate change task force was to eventually provide for you a toolbox of things that you might consider, whether you cherry pick across them or take one as a comprehensive new management paradigm and move forward with that. And the council obviously is in control of whatever you would choose, but that's where I think the kind of scenarios and things that we would be putting forward as management measures that could be considered would form the basis of taking that broader viewpoint to look and see, should we make some changes comprehensively, more holistically to how we're managing? And that sort of feeds into the direction that the council would be going in terms of addressing climate ready fisheries.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Twite, give me a chance to remember my other question, Dr. Stram. And that is, I know you already emphasized not to focus on the ranking itself, but it's almost impossible when you put a number in there. And so is there an opportunity as you progress through this to say, this might get a 2 in being potentially climate ready, but had we done this, or should we do this, that would move us into 3 or 4. And I say that because many of the same staff and council members have been through kind of a resiliency workshop where much of what we do is incorporated through a public process and has a lot of debate and deliberation and analysis, and we do really well and we take final action. And then where we lose it in resiliency is reevaluation. We never get that last piece. And we're kind of forced into that situation with allocation reviews and program reviews that are mandated, but we're not in lots of our other actions forced to reevaluate over time and say, is that still meeting our objectives, or do we need to do something different? So I'm looking for us to move into that feedback loop with everything we have. And I'm looking for your input on whether that will come across in the climate readiness final report to say, had we done X, Y, and Z, or should we in the future, we'd be moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kimball, that's exactly what we started to do in developing these case studies. We haven't pushed them far enough along, and that's what we're really hoping a workshop would help us to do, is because what we want to have for the climate readiness synthesis report is meant to be static in 2022. And when we're trying to build out these case studies, we're trying to say, on a qualitative basis, we rank this here, but we try to put the corollary with it. Had it included this, we could have moved that further along. The herring example, I think we put in the text that while it was set up to follow, obviously it's to address a bycatch issue and to follow herring migration patterns, that's why it moves around. It could have ranked much higher, but it hasn't been reevaluated in 30 years. And therefore we think that had that been reevaluated and possibly made more dynamic, I guess that's what we're trying to say, even with the Northern Bering Sea, is we're trying to look at each of these rows, and then the opportunities for improvement row is exactly that, getting at that. And I'm not saying that what we have in here right now is a final. This was a framework we put forward for the council to try to solicit feedback. And I think that's what we would be getting out of these workshops, is taking different case studies and saying, okay, this is where we think it is right now. Here's what we're seeing climate wise. How could we make recommendations for how that measure itself could be more climate resilient? And then I think the idea that the readiness synthesis, and the reason really why we did the rankings, is so that you could have an idea, if you went back and did it again in 3 or 5 years, do you rank higher because you're moving along that scale? We only put it there for a relative scale to give us some baseline, and people can comment on how we ranked it or if they would rank it differently. We were just trying to put it on a relative scale so that we can look for improvement in the future. And you'll see in our work plan also, one of the things that we're suggesting for a near-term work plan is to develop metrics that go along with those management measures. Because right now, as you know, we often lack the ability to judge the efficacy of a management measure because we don't have a metric by which we were intending to evaluate it against.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Stram. I think, my question is kind of based on what you were just talking about, Ms. Kimball, where, in part of even these slides where, you've ranked in the climate ready synthesis, you sort of caveated the amount of, you caveated where there are limitations in data, but other parts are closer to being ready. And I think that's really helpful, whether you did it that way or you had it where you had one number trending to another number so the public could see where, like when you say the ranking depends on which knowledge base is being referred to, like generally our Western knowledge base is probably much more complete than a local and traditional knowledge base, just because we have more time doing Western knowledge. And it's just, I think because it's subjective, the ranking, it's good to be able to caveat it so that if you end up having a task force that disagrees where you are, you can at least caveat that, well, we're here on this one, but not quite there on this piece. And think it makes it easier to understand where the gaps are and where we need to devote more energy. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mesereau, that's where we were going with it. And we did also have substantial discussion amongst us and some disagreement amongst us as to where to eventually rank something. For a while, we had lots of things as ranges because we couldn't figure out where we should be. We thought it would be more transparent to the public if we just picked a single number, but you'll see that we range on quite a few of them. And even in as much as the case studies that we have for management, we've only listed a couple. So if you looked across the way we ranked those, you'd think that the whole management system would rank higher, but that's because we didn't spend a lot of time writing up the case studies of the ones that we know are going to rank as a 1. We tried to look for ones that would be more demonstrative of where you would move up in rankings. And we'll get to the knowledge base section as well, but there we were trying to look not just what the knowledge is, what the information that's available, but is it making it into our process? And that's where that ranks lower, not because it's not there, but because it's not making it into our process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any further questions before we move on? Dr. Stram?
Thank you. I'll try to go slower and look up more so that. Okay, so going to the near-term considerations, again, this is still part of the management section. And it's exactly what we've just been talking about. We want to explore the performance and feasibility to implement of spatial and temporal dynamic management measures through these case studies. We are proposing to have a CCTF workshop to solicit additional stakeholder feedback. We feel like we've finally gotten to the point where we've got something to put forward that we want to get feedback back. And while we have a diverse group of task force members, we're certainly not representative of the entire stakeholder base. We'd love to pull more people in, get more ideas on the table. And again, to develop metrics to evaluate climate resilience and management measures so that we, as we start to look at measures that might make the recommended toolbox, do we also have some metric against which to measure it? ACLIME is already scheduled to be looking at the OYCAP performance under different climate change scenarios. We also think that that's something that was a case study that we also noted. This is looking at it only below the 2 million metric ton to make sure that it imparts stability and productivity benefits under future change. We also talked in our document about looking at whether or not the OY range should fluctuate up and down and not just always be a one-way lever. So that was something that we put forward as a management tool and possibility for consideration. And then identifying, and this is again part of a workshop, enabling factors to support industry-led measures to increase rapid adaptation, reduce impacts, and respond to climate-driven changes. We give the example of communication and near real-time information sharing. There's lots of industry-led measures that tend to be more adaptive and more flexible, and so we'd like to consider those as well. I'm going to move into the safe report ranking if there's not more questions on the management part at this point.
Looks like we're ready.
Okay, so now this section of the report was specifically focused on the things that make it into the stock assessment fishery evaluation process. And that includes everything from all of our safes. When I say safe, I'm including ESPs, ESRs, Econ Safe, as well as all of the plan team reports and the introduction to the safe report, all of that information that is provided and goes directly into stock assessment. So it's focused on stock assessment. Again, the same rankings, but here the description and section specific details changes. And the overall, after looking through all of this, they did a rapid scan with a number of search terms through a compiled list. They used the years 2019 through 2021 and went through every document, every crab safe, every groundfish safe, every stock assessment, it compiles it, all of the plan team minutes to try to characterize what information is available in these safes and to what extent is it mentioning or including any kind of climate change information. So the overall ranking for this section was a 3 in terms of somewhat ready, that some implicit climate change information is included. It's in the assessment, but the information is implicit only. And so it's not explicitly discussed in the assessment model, text, or advice. So we already know we have a lot of information. We're very information rich. What we were trying to assess is it climate specific though, or is it just ecological information? And is it being incorporated and being used to provide management advice? So in no way is it meant to say that it's including ESRs. You get a lot of this information, but to what extent is that feeding into a climate ready assessment? So this is just a figure from the document, just showing you some of the terms basically the different aspects of the sections that are included and where that climate change information is coming out in terms of, so obviously for the EBS, where you see in green, those are ecosystem considerations and ecosystem indicators. And obviously those are all of the POLIC and ecosystem chapters, sorry, specifically the ecosystem chapters contain most of that information. That's why it shows up there. But this is a snapshot. I would encourage you, if you have time, to look through all of the different sections that they've produced and what information is available in each of them. Here at the end of this section of the chapter, they provide both a table as well as text below it in terms of potential on-ramps and the near-term feasibility. And where we tried to divide these out is looking at potential on-ramps, some that exist right now, some that would be easy to develop, some that would be harder to develop. So the near-term feasibility is related to how difficult or how challenges to creating that on-ramp. So for example, the ecosystem, adding an indicator climate change section in the ESR, specifically adding an ESR indicator regarding long-term projections of climate variables, and adding a climate change synthesis section. So these are medium to high in terms of having the staffing and the ability to incorporate that right now. Things that are, the high frequency is getting at how we could do this very quickly. We could probably do this soon. A lot of them depend on staffing. Specifically, there's a section we have in here, the number 4, on the safe chapters and how the safe chapters could include climate change information. And I just want to call that one out specifically because we, being on the Bering Sea team, both Dr. Holzman and I are on the Bering Sea groundfish plan team. And this came up in conjunction with both the POLIC assessment as well as the yellowfin sole assessment, and both of which we identified as candidates assessments to try to see how we could get this kind of information more explicitly in a stock assessment chapter. And in particular, we discussed with the joint plan team the idea of recommending a subgroup that would be a subgroup of climate change task force members, groundfish stock assessment authors, SSC, and plan team members to try to get at exactly what would be involved and could we use yellowfin sole and POLIC assessments as an example of how to build out the climate change information in those safe chapters. So the teams, you got your joint plan team report earlier this week. The teams were not ready yet to make that recommendation. They asked Dr. Holzman and I to provide a terms of reference for how that work group would function and what we would be asking of it. And we're going to bring that back in November. So that would be directly getting at one of our near-term on-ramps in this section. The last section then again is the knowledge-based ranking. And here they are ranked anywhere from climate change information and knowledge are not included. It's present in the knowledge base, but it's not discussed or utilized in the management decision-making process. And the other end of that is the process for significant and meaningful climate change information and knowledge input is in place and operational, so that information is present in the knowledge base, discussed explicitly, formally in the fishery management decision-making process, both in informing and action decision directing manner. So those are the two extremes in the knowledge base. And oops, I'm sorry, it went too forward. Right now, the overall ranking for that was again considered to be a number 2 on the way to climate ready. Some information and knowledge is mentioned sporadically, but not substantively formally discussed or utilized. It's present in the knowledge base and may be mentioned sporadically, but is not substantively discussed nor utilized in management or decision-making process. They broke their sections into 4 different characterizations of the knowledge base. And those sections are Indigenous community knowledge integration, industry knowledge integration, agency, council, NIMP staff, knowledge integration, and other knowledge-based integration. And of there, you'd see that the industry and knowledge integration and agency knowledge integration is much higher ranked in terms of informing our process. And that's exactly what we touched on earlier. It's not that those other knowledge bases are not in existence. It's that right now, the way that we are, they are not making their way substantively into our management process. And that's what we're trying to highlight by the relative rankings that you see there. Some of the near-term steps coming out of this group, providing input into our research priority setting process. foregrounding the importance of diverse sources of climate information and the relationship to climate ready fisheries science and management. Testing some of this within the climate change task force to different mechanisms to bring this knowledge bases related to climate change into the council process directly. And again, increased uptake of the broader climate change knowledge base integrated into the council process through exploring collaborations, partnerships, and co-production. And there's others that are listed here as well. Some of the things that they referenced were specific to a list of recommendations coming out of the Community Engagement Committee, a list of recommendations coming out of the Ecosystem Committee, reference to the PSEIS, should it be updated or brought into this as well. So just a snapshot then overall of the way that we rank.
Dr. Stram.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, before we
Sorry,
move on,
Dr.
Ms.
Stram.
Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that point, I mean, isn't that the primary task of our LKTK and subsistence task force, is to provide a mechanism to have those inputs into the council process on a regular basis and into our analyses on a regular basis? Just don't want to duplicate those efforts or forget that that task force has that primary goal.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yes, thank you for that. Our intent in characterizing it is to characterize where we are. Some of their recommendations that they see as near-term steps, we're really just bringing in what's already happening with the LKTK subsistence. And I would say that the research priority is also part of that. But because there is some overlap in characterizing knowledge base and how it's making it into our process and trying to make recommendations for how climate change information specifically can make it into our process, there is a little overlap. They're not intended to be duplicative. Most of that is particularly for the research priorities. We basically just said that we would try to touch base with the LKTKS to make sure that that information is getting, that is an intention in that group to get that information into our research priorities section, which it's not currently.
Okay. I had a second question on a different slide, Dr. Stram, on slide 34 before you moved on. And I'm sure you heard the presentation we were given on, I think it was under stock prioritization. And it was guidelines and best practices basically suggested from the Science Center on how to kind of streamline better, I guess, the safe reports and kind of condense some of the work for stock assessment authors to make that a more feasible product in the time frame they have. And I just wondered if the Climate Change Task Force thought about that when I look through some of the recommendations on that would add to those safe reports. In particular, I guess just was there a discussion about just really trying to bolster the ESRs like you have in your first recommendation, I guess, on adding climate change indicators in the ESRs, as opposed to trying to incorporate in every individual safe document general information that we would normally pull or get from the ESRs. Looking for we're trying to gain efficiencies to make people's workload palatable, and then I don't want to undo those as we try to duplicate efforts in these same documents. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, thank you. And we actually haven't circled back for that, which I think is a necessary step. We haven't circled back to putting out all these recommendations and then thinking about, is that gaining efficiency? We have done that in terms of the schematic that we keep showing of where we're trying to fit into the process. We're trying to make sure that we are not redundant with any other effort that's ongoing. I think that we've only just begun to think about this. I think when we are looking at adding information to stock assessments on climate, we're looking at species specific climate response. And so I guess going back to our recommendation here, I think that's where Kirsten and I were thinking this work group could help, using those two assessments as a case study. What is the most relevant thing to be in the assessment versus what's relevant to have, say, in a snapshot of the introduction to the SAFE report, so that we aren't folding that in all these other places. What we're finding from the rapid review is that a lot of this information is not in the stock assessment. So where some stock assessments have some temperature catchability reaction response, and like yellowfin sole. And so that one's more explicit, which is why it rose as a case study. But I think that's a really good point, and that we need to make sure that as we begin to augment for climate ready assessments, that we are not losing the efficiencies that are gained by this prioritization and by streamlining those assessments. I think what we're trying to do is start to formulate that. And I think that's something we'll need to keep in mind, is that we don't want to add additional work where it's not gaining any value.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair, that last point I think is where I was trying to go, like not additional work for no added value. And so in process wise, if the council endorses this great document at this meeting, are we then endorsing each of these particular pieces? Because there might be some that just don't really make sense, like duplicating the ESR in each stock assessment chapter. Tell me where we're at with our advice, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. That's a good question. I think that we were looking for an endorsement more of direction than the specifics. I think that we have yet to, we'd need to spend a whole lot more time on this near-term on-ramp, particularly for stock assessment, before we would say that those are the best. This is the thing you really need the most. I think we've just tried to list out what the ideas are and how feasible they are at present, so that you have something to look backwards. And if those things change in the future, you can look backwards and say, oh yeah, we did, this was augmented to include this. But if certainly we could take the direction to go back and make sure that through the lens of efficiency, these are still the best ideas. I'm not, that's not quite answering your question, but we really didn't look at these particular on-ramps with the lens of efficiency. We have always tried to look at them through the lens of not being duplicative of other actions, particularly ESR. What's in the ESR? We've spent a lot of time. One thing that actually comes out in our work group report, but not in this presentation, one offshoot of just the process of going through the climate change task force has been increased coordination with the ESR team. So that has been a really great outcome that you don't necessarily see reflected in the climate readiness report, but there's been ongoing communication to make sure that we're all in agreement as to what should be highlighting more climate and what should be near-term ecological change.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stam. I guess I was thinking a little bit too about how some of this fits with the stock prioritization conversations that we're having. And on the next slide where you identified the two, where you were looking at taking those up in November to kind of explore. And I think you said it was Eastern Bering Sea pollock and yellowfin. And I guess based on part of the conversation that we had under stock prioritization, I wonder if it would make sense to do one or the other of those, and or then something that's not on an annual full stock assessment cycle, because I think that's one place where we could see that things just don't function quite the same. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes, that does. And again, because this was at the very beginning of our planting meeting that we had this discussion, and Kirsten and I providing an update to the teams of the Climate Change Task Force, it's really just an idea at this point to use a case study and to form a work group. We just, if we're going to go this route of adding anything to stock assessments climate related, we want buy-in from the stock assessment authors through to the SSC. And so if we could identify a work group to try to tackle one assessment, that might help us in figuring out how we do it, what we're including, and which stocks maybe. And I think that's a great point. We can look at, if we're going to take two case studies, maybe those are not the two best. Maybe one of those is a good idea and one on a different frequency to see response mechanisms.
Any further questions before we move on? I'll just remind the public, if you wish to testify under this agenda item, to please sign up prior to the end of this presentation. Back to you, Dr. Stram.
Thank you. Let me move forward. So I think this is where we left off. And again, this is just giving you a snapshot of by section, how the rankings made out. It makes sense that the safe reports would be ranked higher because that is where we have the most information. But again, whether or not our management measures are being formed by that information is where we are trying to highlight. now going to what our work plan is, and again, this is not in your climate readiness synthesis document. It pulls forward some of those near-term on-ramps, as well as discussion in our CCTF report from our meeting and discussions that we've had with the ecosystem committee this week. So our general work plan in order of prioritization for 2022-23, the first is to address council comments on the climate readiness synthesis. Our intention is that this synthesis of 2022, once finalized, would form more of a glossy version on our website. That was always the intention. I would also note that we are the first council to produce one of these. And so we wanted to keep that ball rolling to get the jump on everyone else and have this produced and available on our website as a reference point. As you know, and you heard from the SSC, they did not have a chance to really go through it in depth. They provided some high-level comments that we will address. It's my understanding that we may have another chance to have the SSC provide more detailed review in February. They were looking at it in conjunction with their proposed workshop on rapid environmental change. And I think that some of that is also supposed to be focused specifically Chukchi, Northern Bering Sea. They seem to think that that would be a good time to also be having this conversation. So that part of our finalizing will be delayed, but we will be responding to any comments that we've received throughout this meeting and from the ecosystem committee, and including that in the draft that would go to the SSC and any comments from the council. Again, the research priorities, that's only risen as a higher priority just based solely on timing. And I would refer that one mostly to the LKTKS group. We were just highlighting that if that is going to happen because of our now 3-year cycle for research priorities, that should happen sooner. The main thing I really want to focus on is the case study development. That's where I feel like we've gotten a lot of mileage, and in particular in discussions earlier this week with the ecosystem committee and as well as the SSC. We really think that now is the time to try to have it's a CCTF meeting, but more of a stakeholder workshop. We finally have we think a framework that we can put forward where we can get synthesize and get input from a diverse group of stakeholders. And again, that would be used to populate and build out what we have as an online toolbox. Right now it's an online database. It's where we're starting to assimilate some of this climate informed measures in order to start to formulate recommendations. And along with that goes the need to develop these metrics to evaluate the efficacy, effectiveness of addressing climate change, risk, and adaptation. We also point out that we would like to possibly scope resources to support either a postdoc or contractor to work to do some of the work that the CTTF is putting forward. It's whether that's to facilitate a workshop or take one specific MSC project that would be an offshoot and work on that. We're recognizing that there's going to be a lot of things generated that we won't have the resources to do as an individual task force. So that's just something that we had discussed and put out there. It's not, it's outside of our, some of these things will fall outside of our scope, but we would, to the extent that that was available, we would work and oversee that person or that aspect. And then just finally, in summary, we have made considerable progress. The work plan, the CCTF work plan is often referenced and cited at national meetings and workshops as an example of how to build a process to incorporate climate change information into management. And the climate readiness synthesis report represents a major milestone. It's the first of its kind for fisheries management and councils in the United States. So moving forward, we really are hoping to begin to have these workshop. We're not sure, we're still working on the design of that, but to develop these case studies and toolbox. We are beginning to think about the longer climate change report and what that might look like. I think that'll become more apparent to us as we move forward in a stakeholder workshop and develop these tools. And again, as always, we intend to present the products to the council on a whatever annual or periodic basis that the council wishes. Mr. Chairman, I believe that's my last slide.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Stram. Any final questions? Ms. Kimball.
I don't have a question, and I know we still need to get public testimony, but I just want to thank Dr. Stram and this team ahead of time, because this is the most tangible this work has ever been for me. And I just appreciate it's near the end of our meeting, but it's a huge workload and it's really coming together. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions or comments? Thank you, Dr. Stram. Okay, that will bring us to public comment when I can find that list.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
There's an ecosystem committee report on this. Would you like the
Okay.
section that deals with this section now?
Yes, yep.
Members of the council, Diana Evans, council staff. And I'm just going to be presenting that portion of the existing committee. I didn't think to post it also under D6, so you'll have to pull it up, the report up from D7. The section that deals with the climate resilience readiness synthesis report is on pages 2 and 3, the bottom of page 2 and page 3. And so just noting that we received as a committee the same report or a similar report, Dr. Stram and Dr. Holzman presented similar report on both the report and the work plan to the committee. The committee appreciated receiving that report, really thought that it was an excellent product, providing a baseline for assessing where we are now. The committee is really eager to jump into the next phase of implementing some of those near-term recommendations for each of the sections that Dr. Stram talked about in her presentation today. And with respect to the work plan and how to move forward on those next steps, taking the information in the synthesis report and going forward, the committee recommends that the task force continue to be the leader of that process moving forward, so that the work, the committee commented on the diverse membership of the task force that includes both the staff and agency representatives, as well as experts, other experts that really diversify that membership. And so that was one of the reasons that the committee highlighted that a strong interest in keeping that group as the leading the way for developing the next steps of looking at climate adaptability and the resiliency toolbox. With respect to a couple of specific elements of the work plan, the committee was really intrigued and endorsed the idea of these public workshops, especially in a format that will allow more dialogue, kind of informal dialogue between the task force members and members of the public to really broaden the perspectives and ideas that can help to structure those ideas of tools and for climate resiliency and adaptability moving forward. The other aspect of the work plan that the committee commented on, there was, you might recall Dr. Stram talked about a section on funding a postdoc or looking for additional resources. And certainly there's value acknowledged by the committee in having extra manpower to work on some of the, to take this work to the next step. But the committee was just cognizant of maintaining the task force as the primary developers of material coming to you as the council. So if that additional resources are found, to make sure that that works within the oversight of the committee, or excuse me, of the task force moving forward. I think that concludes the recommendations of the ecosystem committee specific to the climate resiliency synthesis report.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mr. Dwight, is there anything you'd like to add as chair?
Nope, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Evans. So just as far as the postdoc goes, the idea that you got out of the committee was that the committee members, if we do get someone to do that, would likely task the postdoc to do some of the work for the subsequent meetings. That's the way that you would imagine that would go?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, if the funding is available, we didn't obviously go into a lot of the details at the committee discussion, but the idea was that it's always great to have additional resources, but that the generation of ideas should still really come from the task force and the membership that's involved in the task force. I think the idea was to perhaps try to identify someone, as I say, perhaps a postdoc that could do some staff work in the interim times between those meetings and bring that work back to the task force. So the task force would identify what would be needed. Someone could go work on that, bring it back, and then the task force could round that out and develop it into specific recommendations for the council.
That makes sense. You have a lot of smart people on that task force that are spending their time. So that sounds good.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Evans. Okay, it looks like we have 3 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Mike Levine, then Julie Raymond Jacobian, and then Teresa Peterson.
Mr. Chairman, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Mike Levine. I'm Senior Arctic Fellow for Ocean Conservancy. I'm speaking to you from remarkably unrainy Juneau this afternoon. And I will be very brief. I am a member of the Climate Change Task Force, and I wanted to appear today to offer our support for the continued work of the Climate Change Task Force and to echo Ms. Kimball's appreciation for staff and for the task force's work, especially the leadership of Dr. Stram and Dr. Holzman. We're supportive of the proposed work plan and strongly encourage the council to prioritize capacity for the task force and council support for the work going forward. I do think that Ms. Evans encapsulated the discussion about a postdoc or other support very well, and it would be helpful, at least in my opinion, to the process if there was the ability for additional capacity and support to do analyses that could be brought back to the task force in the interim between meetings. The Climate Change Task Force can be part of advancing climate-ready fisheries and thinking creatively about analyses and tools to increase sustainability and resilience. In fact, that is one way of summarizing what you tasked us with doing. And just to make a connection that was discussed at the Ecosystem Committee and in several questions by Mr. Twite, the task force could have a role in a scoping or other initial processes the council might decide to undertake related to comprehensive NEPA analysis. Generally, we agree with the answers Dr. Stram gave. The task force's work overlaps with the broad ideas that might be addressed in a NEPA process. I really haven't thought through fully how that might work, but as Ms. Evans noted, there is a broad cross-section of expertise and diversity. It makes a good way to get diverse thinking and input into that process, and there probably is some efficiency that could be gained through a workshop that the Climate Change Task Force would seek approval to hold in any event. Also, just quickly, I wanted to take a minute to address some of the questions about ranking. Ms. Kimball is right that once we put numbers on things, they seem to become the target of the conversation. I also think she's right on focusing on improvements and would note that, at least to my eye, it doesn't really matter what the rankings are. We should be looking for ways to advance from 2s to 3s or reds to greens or unhappy faces to smiley faces. They're really just a way of us identifying where we are and trying to measure progress. So in the big picture of sort of the rankings we did, the big take home, I would say, is that the science and information we have is ahead of our ability to incorporate it into management. And so the task force is hoping to provide ideas for the council to consider to make improvements in integrating that information into management and management changes to make climate-ready fisheries more resilient and adaptable. So assuming the task force's work continues, I think we'd also hope to participate in some of the reevaluations as progress is made. And Mr. Chairman, that's all that I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Levine. Let's see if there are any questions for you here. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad you're enjoying some sunshine, Mr. Levine. The last challenge that you brought up strikes me as the largest challenge that we face, of the many challenges that we do face. And that is, I guess, from my perspective, it's not just a question of communication, but it's also a question of how we communicate in terms of helping people understand both what some of the limitations are with the current system. And there's a lot of comfort with the current system. There are tools that work very well through a range of environmental conditions. But they may not be what we will be able to rely on into the future, helping people understand that alone, and then helping people understand how some of these newer tools work that support, say, decision-making in the face of greater uncertainty, with potentially less useful information to fall back on as in terms of our ability to predict outcomes. And Ocean Conservancy as a national organization, global organization that surely has put some thought and some of the organizational expertise into exactly this issue of how do you portray this, both to inform stakeholders, but also to the broader range of people who care about these issues who may not have the degree of information that many of our stakeholders have. What are your thoughts? What are you going to be able to bring to the task force with that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Triton. Mr. Chairman, I'll just beg your indulgence for a section, a small correction. I said it wasn't raining down here. It's definitely not sunny in Juneau. But Mr. Twite, I think your question is a really good one in terms of identifying the need for change in terms of the rapid and unpredictable nature of the changes we're seeing in the ocean. And the task force is seeking to bring back ideas for the council to adapt. Ocean Conservancy is contributing or hopes to contribute to the task force in that capacity through science expertise and other experience we have managing fisheries, and then also to help publicize through our channels the work that the council is doing, the leadership it's demonstrating in this way, the products that are produced, and then also to help identify and bring to light the other sources of information and other ways of knowing that should be incorporated into the process. I think we've got publicity tools, websites, et cetera, but I think more broadly, we're seeking opportunities and ways to describe the changes and the need for proactive thinking about new tools for sustainability and continuing climate ready fisheries into the future.
Further questions for Mr. Levine? Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next up is Julie Raymond Yacobian.
Hi, sound check.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Raymond Yacobian, and I'm testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. We'd like to thank the task force for their work to date and Dr. Strand for her presentation today. As stakeholders who were centrally involved in the adoption of the Watershed Bering Sea Fisheries Ecosystem Plan, COERIC would like to encourage the Council to continue to explicitly prioritize the Climate Change Action Module Task Force. We have a number of additional suggestions that we hope the Council will incorporate in any guidance and direction setting proposed for the task force moving forward. We would like to see the development and implementation of a stakeholder and tribal engagement plan. The importance of climate change to fisheries has been highlighted repeatedly at the Council, especially in recent times, and it would behoove the process for a variety of opportunities for increased engagement to be developed. We also recommend that if any additional resources are brought on to the Climate Change Task Force to assist in its work, for example, the postdoc or contractor that has been mentioned, that the task force remain the main and primary developer of its products and activities and not become a review body for the work of others. The task force, as was noted, is a diverse body of experts developed through a deliberative process and needs to maintain the lead on its work. We would also like to see encouragement of work towards diversifying the climate-related knowledge base throughout the Council system. As the synthesis report notes, the knowledge base of tribes regarding climate is extensive, but poorly taken up and integrated into the Council system. A number of potential steps to improve that are noted at the end of the knowledge base chapter. And additionally, the task force has talked about experimenting with the development of new processes and on-ramps, such as climate briefings, which we would encourage them to continue exploring. As the SSC recommended, we encourage increased focus on human dimensions throughout the range of issues that the Climate Change Task Force is considering. For example, this could include increased consideration throughout the range of issues of community and socioeconomic resilience, adaptation, sustainability, and well-being. We encourage that moving forward, the task force develop climate guidance and tools that the council can use to advance climate-ready fishery management and policy, including under the variety of current and potential future climate scenarios that is inclusive not only of harvest flexibility considerations, but also resource and community sustainability. Koyana, for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thanks again. All right, last up is Teresa Peterson.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. Teresa Peterson, Fisheries Policy Director with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. I'm speaking from sunny Kodiak today. So in listening to some of the conversations around the council table this week, it's clear that the work that has been charged to the Climate Change Task Force is absolutely critical to help support climate-ready fisheries in the North Pacific. And while the task force is focused on the Bering Sea as an outcome of the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan, I believe the work being done by the task force will be useful to inform management considerations in other regions, both inside and outside Alaska. And again, we just really applaud the work that's being done by the task force. I'd encourage the agencies with staff on the CCTF and the council to continue to prioritize this work. The CCTF was formed nearly 4 years ago, and the group has moved forward through the course of COVID and demanding workloads by those on the task force. And they're really charged with an enormous task. I look back at the fourth objective, includes synthesis to evaluate climate resilient management tools. Results will inform climate-ready tactical and strategic management measures, which will help ensure a productive Bering Sea marine ecosystem and healthy fisheries for decades to come. This alone could be a lifetime of work with the magnitude of changes occurring now and expected to continue. And as the discussion moves forward, it'll be important to continue to move this work forward, identify gaps and the need to better ensure climate resilience for fisheries and communities. More specifically, in reviewing the Climate Ready Synthesis Report and Table 1-2 in the section titled Opportunities for Improvement, that looks to identify suggestions for management considerations. When I read through it, it seemed the suggestions that were largely focused on increasing flexibility and maximizing catch, rather than ecosystem and community sustainability in the context of climate change. And I think it's important to expand this section to include considerations of community and subsistence impacts in relation to the management measures. The opportunities are primarily focused on industry opportunities, and it'll be important to consider how these may or may not impact other user groups. And for example, how might the sector's ability to trade amongst themselves impact community and subsistence users? And this is the task force works to build out the table. We would encourage broader considerations, including communities and subsistence users. There are some greater opportunities to increase stakeholder engagement in the CCTF that might help generate ideas outside the box and increase participation in the development of the ideas in a way that really helps to augment the great ideas that are underway. It's been kind of difficult to track the process and understand how to engage in a productive and meaningful way. And I think the workshop that's been discussed is a really great idea to facilitate stakeholder input. And just in closing, I encourage all the support needed for this group to keep up the good work. If additional resources are brought on to help move the work products forward, as kind of reference, it's important to use the diverse expertise found on the task force to provide input and direction, which is additive to the objectives outlined to the task force by the council. This diverse group was appointed by the council to generate the work products, and they should continue as tasked and really be in agreement as to what aspects of the work is appropriate to contract out for additional help. And, I think maybe even some of the logistics of of a workshop would be a great task that the busy folks that serve on the task force could use some help on. So that's all I have today. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the weather report. Ms. Peterson, we forgot to get that from Ms. Raymond Yakubian. But a little more seriously, you've been around this process for quite a while, Ms. Peterson, in a lot of different capacities. And we're talking about sort of all of a sudden going from fairly little public engagement on several issues to sort of a plethora of opportunities for public engagement. Do you think that's going to contribute to confusion, or do you think it's actually going to be helpful that way? In other words, do we need to maybe put some more thought into being a little strategic about how we're doing it? Or is everybody, from your perspective, is everybody tracking this well enough that they're sort of eager to get to it and take advantage of as many opportunities as possible?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. From my perspective, I would say no, folks are not tracking this very well. Even those that really are interested in these topics and understanding how to better adapt and plan ahead for a changing climate. I think even those that track the council process aren't really that aware of this work that's underway and being done. And I know, a couple times I've been asked about, well, what's the Bering CFEP done? And it was generated the two task force that are underway, the climate change and the local and traditional knowledge task force, that have been incredibly valuable to advance the work in the Bering Sea and from an ecosystem perspective. So I do think that outreach will need to be developed strategically in a way that both brings greater awareness to the work that's underway and has a venue and a document to provide feedback on. I think the synthesis report is really helpful in doing that. And I guess when I think about like the process for that being developed, I could see the climate change task force as being a really good body to, do a deeper dive into that conversation. And I'd encourage, you around the council to provide some direction on that as well. But I do think the workshop and the outreach needs to be thought out pretty well. And I'm sorry I don't have more specifics to offer on that, but could sure give that some more thought and would encourage us all to.
Any further questions for Ms. Peterson? Okay, don't see any further questions. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Does the council wish to take any action here? Sure, Ms. Kimball with a question.
Could I ask staff a question just before there's action? Thanks, Dr. Stram. I'm sorry I didn't ask this before. You talked many times, especially in the Climate Change Task Force report itself, about a workshop, and then we just got testimony. But could you specify exactly what you're looking for at such a workshop, and how you'd put some bounds around that? We have your own meetings, which you said were not well attended by the public due to being virtual. We have this meeting where we did receive some testimony, but maybe not as much as you'd like. What are we trying to get out of a workshop exactly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. We're still trying to think that through. I think what we're trying to get out of it is exactly the process that we started with the case studies. We started that internally, but it made us realize that with further input and diverse stakeholder input and knowledge, we would maybe be able to build those case studies out better and try to look at individually. We have only just begun to talk about this since the ecosystem committee. We were highlighting in our work plan that we really wanted to build out these case studies, but we were trying to figure out what's the best way to build these out, because we know that while the the 10 of us on the task force can sit around and come up with examples. What we really want are to get more input from stakeholders in doing so. So whether it's a workshop, a stakeholder workshop, or it's just an in-person CCTF meeting that we well advertise, we're trying to basically lay it out in, I don't want to use scoping because that has such a connotation NEPA wise, but I mean, we're trying to get more feedback on how we're doing these case studies. What are some ideas for things that we could do to be more climate resilient? How are different management measures viewed, or how could we would like to just get more input from the public. And we thought that we've already decided at our meeting that our next meeting would be in person. The CCTO has actually never met in person. We've only ever met virtually, which was initially by design, and then COVID hit. So whether it is a CCTF meeting that we broadly advertise, and with the only thing on our agenda being that we're going to try to build out these case studies, I guess we haven't had a chance to really sit back and think about it. In terms of soliciting that kind of stakeholder involvement, I just know that we want to get more ideas on the table. And we know that we have not been able to get the diversity of ideas together that we would like. And again, and with the caveat that it's been very difficult because we've been trying to produce this work product, which has meant it's been more in work sessions. And so I understand that we heard from the ecosystem committee members that made our meetings difficult to attend and participate in. Now we would like to do the opposite. We want to say, this is our framework. We're starting with table 1.2. What are we missing? We're starting to get some of that feedback. And I think that would be the main focus of some sort of a workshop or a stakeholder, to get stakeholder involvement. I'm sorry that I can't be more concise. I think we just haven't had a chance to really think it through, but we understand that if that were to go forward, if the council were supportive of our idea there, we would need to give careful thought to that and to the structure of it in order to best facilitate the information exchange that we're receiving.
Follow up. And then so it's not necessarily reviewing the whole readiness report, not revising table 1-2, but getting input on the specific case studies and how to build those out.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, more or less, yes. I mean, I think we are intending to revise table 1.2, but at some point we started it as a framework for how to organize information about our management system and how that could lead to opportunities for it's basically, there's much more that we could put in that table that's not in there in terms of case studies. We certainly welcome input for things that we're overlooking that should be folded in or explicitly called out as a case study. But we're also trying to get input on the process of going from identifying a management measure, identifying the strengths and weaknesses, and then identifying opportunities for change. Because then at the end of the day, that's what we're supposed to be providing back to the council in a toolbox.
Okay.
It's more to try to build our toolbox, I think, is the overall, but we're trying to figure out what's the best structure for doing that. And we personally found in our meeting that the case studies were helping us formulate those thoughts. And we thought that if we brought that out to stakeholders for additional case studies, additional thoughts, that might help us further along in building the toolbox.
Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Strong. My question's regarding the same thing. It seems like, when I reviewed this material, it did seem like definitely the most cohesive, relevant thing that I've seen out of this task force that really helped me understand it. But if you're going to reach out to the public to try to get stakeholder engagement, it almost seems like first you need to explain to the public what the climate change task force is doing, and then engage them in a workshop. It seems like you can't do one without the other. Did this task force give any thought to maybe having a public in-person meeting associated with a council meeting, and then from that, which would gain probably more public participation, put out a call for a workshop where you sort of lure the public in with this type of presentation that is really interesting and relevant. And then once they have this base of knowledge, then get a task force where they can utilize some of these terms and on-ramps to make contributions that would be more directed to accomplishing what the task force wants from public engagement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau. That is along the lines of what we were thinking. We just weren't sure whether it would be that we would have a CCTF meet. We were trying not to lose too much traction. And so we had originally started this conversation at the CCTF by organizing what we would like to do for our next meeting in person. We were targeting sometime in the spring. And then we started to get into more case study development and what we could do there. And so I think we had initially thought that this would be the focus of our CCTF meeting, but perhaps the mechanism that you're discussing might be better. We are looking for the best way to involve the stakeholders. And if that's a two-step process with a CCTF meeting and presentation followed by noticing a workshop, we are open to anything. We just know that we are at the point where we think it would behoove the stakeholders and the CCTF to have broader input and more diverse public and stakeholders involved.
Any further questions? Okay, Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a motion. The council supports the ongoing work of the Climate Change Task Force and the development of the draft Climate Readiness Synthesis Report. The report provides a baseline for assessing the current state of council management readiness, and the council directs staff to incorporate comments from the SSC, the Ecosystem Committee, and council review at this meeting, and to bring back the revised report in February. The council supports the task force continuing to lead consideration of near-term adjustments to support additional resiliency. In particular, the council endorses holding public climate change scenario planning workshops in order to build out adaptive and resilient management measures. Should additional resources become available to support additional task force work, such as through a postdoc, the council directs that those efforts should be placed under the oversight of the task force, which would remain the primary body responsible for providing advice to the council. With a second, I can speak to my motion.
Seconded by Ms. Van Hoven. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I greatly appreciate the work of the task force and call out special acknowledgement for the contributions of the members, the significant contributions. The task force seems to be making up for the time lost to the pandemic, which is heartening as the needs for their work become more critical with each passing season. From my perspective, the task force is providing exactly what was envisioned when the council adopted the Bering Sea FEP and formed the Climate Change Task Force, with the exception that the tools they are developing obviously already have broader applicability than just the Eastern Bering Sea, which was the focus of the FEP. And that's a very good thing. The draft Climate Readiness Synthesis Report is a clear example of that greater utility. As we all looked at it today, we realized almost immediately that this is a format for use in the Gulf. And I think as well, it's a format that can be broadly applied national and maybe even globally. And certainly it heartens me that once again, this council, this science community, these stakeholders are in a leadership position on the global front. I note that completion of the synthesis report will involve additional coordination with the LKTK task force, as their input will be critical to providing a comprehensive Section 3 on knowledge and information. It's now time for the task force to shift their focus from producing the draft Climate Readiness Synthesis Report to beginning a dialogue with other entities, such as the Western Alaskan tribes, the state, and stakeholders. My motion endorses their workshop-based proposal for beginning this two-way communication process. My motion also recognizes the value that additional staff resources could provide to the work of the Climate Change Task Force, and emphasizes the council's expectation that the task force must be able to direct the work of additional resources in order to ensure that council priorities and expectations continue to be met. In conclusion, it's heartening to me, and I think to many council members, as we review this draft climate readiness synthesis report, that in the words of Ms. Kimball, we're beginning to see tangible products that give us a sense of maybe where we can go next and the sense of what our capabilities are. This assessment of our current capabilities and this glimpse into our future gives me a sense that while our tools in many cases can use a touch-up, it's not as if we have the wrong toolbox to start with. We have a good toolbox that can be improved on. And that's where the task force, I believe, is taking us. And that reassures me that maybe it's a little less daunting future than initially it might appear. So thank you very much to all the task force members for this work, and I look forward to hearing more.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. I wondered if you could provide a characterization of what we're directing staff to do to incorporate council review. We don't have anything listed in this motion of comments back to the staff or the CCTF to modify for the next draft, but we did provide a lot of questions and comments throughout the presentation. So I'm wondering, do you envision any changes to the draft as a result of council review?
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Yes, although nothing substantive or major. I mean, I think it's more areas of additional concentration, et cetera. And it seemed to me that the task force's proposal for how they would incorporate those comments as well as the comments from the SSC, et cetera, should, I think at this point be adequate. I think we have to recognize that all these, what they're initiating here with the climate readiness synthesis is a living tool that as we gain further experience dealing with the challenges that climate change can propose, they'll probably be also continuing to refine that tool and continuing to refine their assessment of what our needs are for management. So we don't have to get it entirely right this time. They should take our comments into account at this point, but they also shouldn't feel like they have to have a perfect document in order to put a cover on this one and move on towards the tasks that they've outlined that come next, because they will return to this one as well.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Twite. That does lead me to another question, though. Is there a point at which you see the climate readiness synthesis report in your motion? It's listed as draft, which I think is appropriate. Is there a point at which you expect that to come back to the council potentially after this workshop?
My understanding, and I think I'll look to Dr. Stram as well, is my understanding is right now the task force is proposing putting a cover on it and calling it final for now in February. But that it's hard for me to envision that either through the task force or through some future body, the council won't in the future get fairly frequent input on both the findings of and the methods in the synthesis report, and probably be continuing to modify that at regular intervals into the future. I don't know if I'm completely dancing around your question, and maybe Dr. Stram has something additional to add to that too.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, Ms. Kimball, I think the way that we have envisioned this is that we would, following SSC review and input, we would be revising this version of the climate readiness synthesis for characterizing where we are in 2022. Put that on our website, have that widely available. We've had ideas for how to have it be cross-referenced in different places so that it's widely available. The idea is it would still be somewhat of a living document, but that 2022 version is what would be archived on our website to say where we are right now. And then periodically, it is something that could be updated to then look backwards at where we've come, how far we've come. I think what we want to do is finalize this part of it and then keep going with our process, which is to build the toolbox. And then as council actions ensue and management modifications change, we would then intend to redo a climate readiness synthesis and compare it against our benchmark of baseline from 2022. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for that. I think it does. I guess I just don't understand, Mr. Twite, with the workshop, is the intent to have the workshop, get some feedback, and then post our climate readiness document on the website, or is that a completely different task?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, the way that I think we were thinking of it is that we would finalize the draft climate readiness synthesis, and then the workshop would be used to move us further along and developing the toolbox and identifying appropriate case studies. And so we're not trying to put out a new one after the workshop. We're trying to use the baseline to jump forward and begin to move forward in our work plan and developing the toolbox and using that workshop, so that the feedback that you'd be getting from us following that, up until a climate readiness review synthesis was updated another year, would be our work products moving forward, which essentially is building out a toolbox of climate resilient fishery management tools.
Thank you. And thanks for being patient with my understanding of where this is going. My last question, Mr. Twite, is on the workshop itself. And I think you heard Mr. Mesro's question and staff's response that they haven't yet determined whether a workshop would be a separate workshop or just a public meeting of the CCTF. And does your motion encompass either of those options as staff determines appropriate?
Absolutely. And I think that's also kind of responsive to the question I asked of Ms. Peterson and her thoughts on that as well, that the workshop is, again, sort of a way of describing generically a public process with two-way communication, I think, is the most important part. I certainly agree with Mr. Mesro's observation that in order to make that the most productive possible, it's helpful to provide an advance orientation to a subject like this, so that people get some time to think about it and react to it, and then bring them in to say, okay, now, so what? What are we going to do about this? And that can be a workshop format. There's a fair number of other formats, and I think the committee the task force, will wrestle with that along with council staff and others to sort of think about how to best accomplish this to ensure that there's productive, but again, the emphasis is on that two-way communication.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, the second sentence of your motion refers to providing a baseline for assessing the current state of council management readiness, which strikes me as a little bit less than clear. And I suspect what you intend there is council management readiness to respond to ecosystem changes. Is that accurate?
Indeed, there's there's a point where I just got tired of having every sentence include the words climate change twice in the sentence, but you are interpreting correctly, yes.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm still sort of on the same type of issues Ms. Kimball was on. And Mr. Twite, your SSC, or excuse me, your motion is clear to staff to incorporate comments from the SSC, Ecosystem Committee and Council. But as Dr. Stram mentioned in her report, and as we heard in the SSC report earlier, the SSC simply ran out of time to review, to take up this agenda item in depth. And so I was a bit disappointed in that. I was really looking forward, as someone, again, I self-admitted, not very knowledgeable about these issues. I was really looking forward to that. And so just to make sure I understand, I'm sorry to belabor this point, but the SSC is expecting to put this on its February agenda, provide comments on the report, at which time the report will be finalized, like Dr. Stram said, and that will, so the council won't be able to, the council will be presumably able to see at the February meeting in our normal report what those SSC comments were. I'm just anticipating potential substantial comments at that time, just kind of trying to gauge expectations for that.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I think what we are anticipating is that the council would also review it in February so that we would make the revisions that we have received thus far. And so the version that would be reviewed for February would be a revised version from this to incorporate what comments we have heard thus far to get a jump on that. And that is the version that would then be ideally reviewed in depth by the SSC and then as well as provided to the council, and you would have review of that in addition to your SSC comments on it at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. Appreciate that.
Mr. Witherell.
I just have one question on the motion. I didn't quite understand the part where the motion talks about additional resources such as a postdoc fellow, that the direction, the oversight for that person's work would be under the task force. Am I reading that correctly? Or is a task force typically wouldn't supervise a postdoc? So I guess I'm missing a piece there, Mr. Chairman.
And for me, the distinction is between oversight and supervise. No, supervision is obviously a personnel sort of action. Oversight means providing sort of the general sense of how the resource would be used to further the goals of the task force, and ensuring that we don't have the situation that was described in public testimony of the work of the task force becoming largely the work of somebody who's not a member of the task force, that the products that are coming out of the task force are the products that are coming out of the task force, but there's the task force's ability to accomplish those ends is increased through some additional resources. But we don't want a situation where all of a sudden the presence of those additional resources begins to drive the work of the task force. We always want the work of the task force themselves to be driving the work of those additional resources.
For any further questions on Mr. Twite's motion? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm extremely supportive of the motion and the work that the Climate Change Task Force has done to date. I really hope they take our comments to heart as we've worked through this and provided some questions and things for them to think about in this next draft that we'll see in February. Appreciate Mr. Twite bringing it forward, and I hope the public understands all the questions around this show the level of engagement increasing in this work as it becomes, as I said, more tangible to us. So I'm very appreciative of the motion and the work of the group. Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. My comments are pretty much the same as Ms. Kimball's. I appreciate their work. It's an awesome product, and I think it's become clear to everyone sitting at the table that the convergence of climate change and fishery management has landed on our front door. So any concern that task force members might have that we don't value their leadership is probably unfounded at this point. I think we need them to do this work, and if we can find some way to get them some help to do it more quickly, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have similar thoughts to Ms. Kimball and Mr. Mesereau. As we've been talking about the pace and magnitude of climate change particularly in Alaska is just affecting Alaska communities and residents and our marine resources in a way that really feel like this work is taking us a big step toward helping to address. And I'm just really pleased to see that the task force is recommending these scenario planning and the workshops to get input on that. I am aware of some other regional fishery management councils and grappling with similar issues to us, and have heard really positive feedback about the scenario planning aspect. They went pretty quickly to that to really get buy-in and engagement in the process, quite frankly, from affected fishery participants and other user groups. And so thank you, Mr. Twite. Thank you to all the staff and the task force, and I'm supportive of the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any final comments? Any opposition to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further on D6? Okay, let's go ahead and take an afternoon break here. It's 3:20, so come back at 3:35. Council, please come to order. Okay, we are ready to move into the Ecosystem Committee report. And here to give that to us are Diana Evans and Nicole Watson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Diana Evans, council staff, and I have with me, as the chair said, Nicole Watson, who is our newest staff member. She's going to be transitioning into the role of staff person for the Ecosystem Committee beginning at this meeting. So we're going to give you the report on the balance of the Ecosystem Committee report. As you know, you already had the climate readiness synthesis section of the minutes, so I'll skip over that. And we did just highlight the main points in a PowerPoint, but I do encourage you to look at the text of the report for the nuance and for the additional justification for those recommendations. So just to begin the meeting, we really all of the agenda items that came in front of the Ecosystem Committee at this meeting really had this climate change focus. We began the meeting with an acknowledgement of cumulative impacts that Western Alaska communities are experiencing from climate change, recognizing Typhoon Merbok. And there was some public testimony and committee member observations about the unprecedented ecosystem change occurring in that region. The picture on the right was shared by a committee member of the degree of krill that has washed on shore as a result of Typhoon Merbok at Shishmaref Island. So just an example of the continued events that are occurring in Western Alaska, especially where communities are experiencing climate change. So diving into the first of the committee's agenda items was to look at essential fish habitat. The committee is reviewing two components of what will be the EFH 5-year review. The council is scheduled to get that summary report with all of the components included at the February, currently it's scheduled for the February 2023 meeting. The two components that the committee reviewed were with respect to EFH maps by species and the effects of fishing on essential fish habitat. There was some preliminary information on this was also presented earlier this year. The additional components that are part of the EFH review that will come to the council include such things as non-fishing impacts, non-fishing activities, effects on essential fish habitat, EFH conservation recommendations, HAPC, and research priorities. So those are all things that will be part of the completed report that comes to you. And specific to the work that has been done, considerable amount of work that's been done over since the last 5-year review has really focused on those two elements of updating the map descriptions for EFH species and looking at the effects of fishing. And the committee feels that those components are ready to come before you as part of that summary report. Particularly the advanced modeling for the EFH maps will provide an excellent foundation for some of the discussion going forward with how you might look at habitat analysis with this as a baseline moving forward. The committee recommendation focused for the council a recommendation when that report comes back to you in February to have an active discussion about where you should focus your priorities next, and whether that's through research or whether that's through other analysis or recommendations that you might want to pursue. The committee really wanted to emphasize that the council has an opportunity, has an upcoming opportunity to delve into that question using this new information, and also to consult tribes and stakeholders as part of those discussions. Particularly the conversation focused around the need moving forward to go back to a holistic update of the cumulative impacts on essential fish habitat and how those are affected by climate change, and then also specifically suggestions for improvements to the fishing effects model moving forward. There are some specific ideas in this minutes and also looking back to February 2022 when those specific assumptions and ways to improve the model, the fishing effects model, were identified. So we'll package that as part of bringing that agenda item back to you to make sure that you have that information in front of you in February as well when you review this item. The other issue that the committee talked about or provided recommendations on is the reevaluation of the programmatic groundfish SEIS. And this is an agenda item that you heard and as part of the committee report in at the February council meeting, so the January 2022, no, was that the March? One of the earlier ecosystem committee reports this meeting. The committee had come to you, oh, I guess in March, it's on my slide. In March at their meeting, they had a discussion about the programmatic, and the committee had recommended that you commit to updating the programmatic. Your response to that as a council was to ask staff to pursue development of a supplemental information report. That's a tool that we've used in the past to when we had to consider whether or not the time is right to update one of these EISs. It involves staff pulling together, compiling information of what new information is available with respect to the conclusions of the programmatic, and would that new information change the conclusions so that the impacts would be outside of the range that were understood as part of the original EIS. So I'm going to jump ahead maybe with a staff hat here just to note that at the committee, we provided an update from a staff perspective about what that timing would be for preparing the SIR. But I think it's important information to understand the committee's recommendations, and that we had conversations with the agency. We were going to report on this to you at staff tasking to note that it was our intent from the council staff side of things to begin the work over the next coming months to compile that information into a draft that could be considered as part of the packaging for a supplemental information report, with perhaps the intent sort of loosely of coming back to you the middle part of next year. And so we had this conversation with the committee, and the committee in their report to you reiterates the urgency of the council engaging in climate change discussions with respect to the management framework, and recommends doing that through the framework of reevaluating the programmatic groundfish SEIS. And members cited the rapid and unprecedented rates of change that are occurring as the reason for really focusing in on that question at this stage, and also that conversation needs to happen in a public forum. There was some concern amongst committee members that through the supplemental information report, which is really ultimately a decision that gets made by the agency, although that certainly can come through the council process as well, that there would be insufficient opportunity for the public to engage in the discussion of that new information, what it means for our understanding of groundfish impacts. And so after a wide-ranging conversation, and you can see in the minutes captured some of the different points that were made and raised by committee members during this discussion, the committee recommends that you start by requesting a discussion paper. So rather than calling it a supplemental information report, that same type of information that you might look to be able to inform your conversation about the need to revise and reevaluate the programmatic groundfish SEIS, that through a discussion paper that you task staff to provide a basis for informal scoping for revising the programmatic to better understand the impacts of climate change with respect to the fisheries, and that process include robust tribal and stakeholder engagement. Some of the conversation of the committee about what that would look like is to basically put together, at least as a first stage, some kind of roadmap and timeline for how the council might and the public could engage in conversations related to these bigger questions of understanding, ensuring that we have a complete understanding of new information with respect to groundfish fisheries and the impacts due to climate change, and then also how that might feed into the development of management alternatives and a management framework if you were to reevaluate the programmatic. Committee members suggested that it would be important to look at an overview of the history of the 2004 programmatic and the alternatives that were included therein. In the 2004 programmatic, the structure of that document was largely driven by the fact that the agency was engaged in litigation at the time. And I think the committee certainly has an interest in not necessarily recreating that exact same process, but what could we do if we were to revise a programmatic? What kind of different structure could we look at so that we produce a document that's responsive to the council's interests and questions to evaluate, and the public's interest in evaluating questions with respect to groundfish without necessarily coming up with a 30-pound tome set of tomes for the programmatic. So that was part of the conversation. And then the other real interest as part of this discussion paper is to understanding that there's a lot of synergy between ongoing council initiatives and this question of how you might look at the programmatic and reevaluate that. And so the first step for staff under this, if you were to follow the direction of the committee, would be to assess what other initiatives are ongoing. And those would include obviously your climate change task force work that you just heard about in the previous agenda item. You have an SSC workshop. We had a briefing on the SCS 7 national SSC workshop and outcomes that might come from that process on a national basis, initiatives that might follow from that SSC conversation, preparing for adapting to climate, to rapid environmental change. There's a number of different initiatives. How do we map those together so that we both are clear to the public about where there are opportunities to engage in a dialogue with the council about these big picture questions? And then how do those feed into a process for the programmatic and reevaluating if that's the interest of the council to move forward. So, and some kind of timeline associated with that. So that was the committee's conversation with respect to the programmatic. We just had one more.
Ms. Evans, before you move on, Mr.
sorry.
Kurland had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Evans, I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on this informal scoping idea. So is this intended to be a precursor to formal NEPA scoping or instead of formal NEPA scoping? What was the nature of the committee's discussion about that?
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland, that's a great question. We did have quite a lot of conversation using the term scoping at the meeting. And I think as we continued that conversation, it really became clear that there was a little bit of a misunderstanding or the committee members weren't all in the same place about exactly how we were using that term. So I think the committee in their report, and there's a strong sense that the conversations that the council has moving forward about climate change and how it might affect management need to be both public conversations and involve an opportunity for dialogue with a wide variety of stakeholders, including tribes. So tribal and stakeholder engagement is a really important element moving forward. There was some difference of opinion amongst the committee members about whether the best way to do that is to start a NEPA scoping process now or to start a NEPA scoping process once we have a little bit more of a baseline understanding of what new information is available, what might be the interest in structuring the types of alternatives that might inform an EIS moving forward. We went and looked, one of the committee members went and looked at what the NEPA definition of scoping is under the CFR regulations. So I think that this discussion paper that is identified in the committee's recommendations would also provide some guidance as to kind of at what point does the notice of intent that the agency is moving forward with revising an EIS, what information is needed before that notice and to go into that notice of intent, before that notice of intent goes out. But the committee as a whole agreed that the importance, that everybody agreed on the importance that regardless of when the NEPA notice of intent begins, we should begin now with making sure we begin that dialogue with the public about how to frame these questions in the immediate future, and that there's an urgency for starting those conversations soon or now, as the committee recommendation puts it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me why there is urgency to start those conversations right now, and it isn't something that we can do in a year? Seems like our EIS, it's functional but outdated from the comment letters that I saw. So it's like an old car that's still running and we know it needs to be replaced, but maybe we don't have the money or time to replace it right now. Is there a reason why it's urgent at the moment? Is it preventing them from moving forward with their work, or it's just that it isn't quite up to date?
Through the chair, there was conversation both back when we had this conversation in March and again at this meeting by committee members really identifying their different views on the degree to which the sequencing of events that the council should engage in with respect to the programmatic. One of the ideas that was expressed at the committee during the discussion was that the process of engaging in a programmatic is one that will inevitably take a lot of time. And the more we perceive that that we delay beginning the process, beginning scoping, beginning sort of opening up the door to putting alternatives on the table and beginning that public dialogue about how we should craft those alternatives. The longer the process will take overall, the longer it will be before we see we start being able to change our management framework and make it more presumably more adaptable, resilient, sort of the end goal for being able to be more responsive in the environment where this rapid changes are occurring. There was definitely some disagreement amongst committee members about the sequencing of, as I responded to Mr. Curlin's question, about whether we start with the NEPA process now or whether we just begin dialogue now. But the idea, I think, of the urgency is that the conversations need to be inclusive, and they need to we shouldn't be putting bureaucratic hurdles in the way of beginning those conversations.
This is probably my own ignorance, but would this be council staff or would it be agency staff that would be doing this work?
So through the chair, the conversations that we had with the agency over the summer were responsive to your direction from April for us to begin work on a supplemental information report as a way to respond on this question. And obviously, you understand from the B reports conversations, we had the similar conversations with agency staff over the summer that they're fully tasked on some other priorities at the moment. And so our approach was that there's a lot of information that we can do as council staff to begin compiling the information that at that time we were thinking would be part of a supplemental information report on how do we pull together all the various sources we have for how we're seeing the impacts of, changing impacts on our fisheries, looking at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, the number of different reports, studies, research, NPRB, trying to pull all that information into one place and think about it in the context of evaluating our groundfish fisheries and their impacts in the same way we did for the programmatic. That's something that we could do with council staff. Certainly, once we get to the point, particularly if we get to the point of actually initiating an EIS, a notice of intent, that's something that we need to involve the agency staff with as well. But there's a lot of foundational work we can do to bring information to you before we get to that point.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mesro, just to, I was reflecting on the utility of the analogy you used, and maybe just to take it a little further, there's really three sort of basic viewpoints within the committee, and only one of them would really sort of align with the analogy as you sort of laid it out. The other two, one of them would just argue that the vehicle is at this point not very serviceable, and they don't think it's running okay. They strongly believe that it's fairly broken now. The third faction would agree that it's running okay, but their viewpoint is that the roads have really changed a lot, and that what was formerly a fairly smooth, well-lit highway is now a very windy, dark road with a lot of potholes. And they wouldn't trust that the old beater very far on that new road. And as a result of, there was a pretty robust debate around those three different perspectives. As a result of that, the committee ended up with a consensus that this point is the best approach, because even the ones who think that you could get another year out of the old vehicle recognize that ladder dynamic, which is you're essentially using the same resources, but you're actually getting sort of further along towards being able to replace that vehicle by taking this approach, but without it sort of costing you anymore. And so there ended up being committee consensus, even though, but I think it's important for the council to keep in mind that there are these three really fairly different perspectives about where we're at this point among committee members. And we certainly heard a diversity in the stakeholder input that we got as well.
Okay. Ms. Evans.
Through the chair, we just have one more update that we wanted to provide it as part of this report, and Ms. Watson's going to do that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. For the record, Nicole Watson, council staff. This past February, the committee recommended the council to be the venue for increased awareness and understanding of marine debris issues and efforts in Alaska and the development of an action plan. Peter Murphy with NOAA Marine Debris Program had presented information about efforts that were underway at this time. After our committee meeting on Monday, we received an email update from Peter Murphy, and it highlighted several opportunities for stakeholder involvement. First, there is a funding opportunity through the bipartisan infrastructure law that has been posted to our committee e-agenda. We've also included a link on the e-agenda for the marine debris webpage as well. This is available for marine debris if stakeholders are interested in applying for funding or if interested in being involved in the project. He is going forward with the Alaska Marine Debris Action Plan this fall, and more information will be provided to the Ecosystem Committee as it develops. NOAA is hosting an Alaska Sea Grant Fellow who will be focused on supporting the Alaska Marine Debris Action Plan, as well as other state and national efforts. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson and Ms. Evans. Look to Committee Chair, Mr. Twite, to see if he has anything to add.
Not to add, thank you. It's very comprehensive, but just a quick question for Ms. Watson. Am I remembering correctly that the remaining timeline to apply for funding opportunities is fairly short, or has it been extended?
I would have to check on that through the chair, sorry. I believe that it was the 15th. I believe it's the 15th, but we can check on that.
15th of this month.
Correct.
So it is fairly short at this point. And then similarly, was there a call for interest in participating in developing the action plan? I'm trying to remember exactly what the request was on the action plan itself.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, this has not been decided upon yet.
Okay. So it's just a notice to the public if keep watching if you're interested in being engaged.
That is correct.
Great. Thank you.
Any further comments for staff before we go to public testimony? Thank you. Okay. Looks like we have one member of the public signed up to testify. That is Teresa Peterson.
Yeah, hello there. Good afternoon, council members. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. And I just wanted to take a moment to speak to an agenda item which we did not have the opportunity to speak to at the Ecosystem Committee meeting last week. And that was the discussion of a Gulf of Alaska FEP. And I know it's been a long week for you all, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to use this public venue and plant some seeds for all of you and all of us to think about. Just as a reminder, last April, the council recommended the Ecosystem Committee begin collecting information to inform the initial steps for potential development of a Gulf FEP or something like that. And the council requested the committee to look at series of decision points, the value of an FEP in the Gulf, lessons learned during the Bering Sea FEP, whether the FEP team and action module task force should be continued, the timing and question of staff resources and opportunities for partnerships and so on. And I just, in thinking about it, this is a really big task for a committee. And while the process, should the council decide to pursue the development of some type of Gulf FEP, does provide a venue for stakeholder input, I know the committee process would also benefit from input early on in the discussion. So kind of in preparation for the discussion that we weren't able to get to the last week, which seems like a long time ago, I kind of asked around about the value of a Gulf FEP, and I heard quite a bit of support. And I also heard questions about what the Bering Sea FEP has achieved. And as noted in earlier testimony, I believe the action modules and the work by the CCTF and the LK-TKS task force speak volumes to ongoing outcomes of the Bering Sea FEP. So then I look back at the process of the Bering Sea FEP and some of the identified goals, which I believe are consistent with the needs and interests in the Gulf. And these include to increase integration of EBFM and understanding how different pieces of an ecosystem fit together to manage fisheries in a holistic way, to serve as a tool that can serve as a framework for continued incorporation of ecosystem goals and actions in regional management, to strengthen fisheries and ecosystem management in the portions of the Bering Sea, but we could kind of mentally swap that for the Gulf, managed by the federal government. To look at the human component, both fostering an inclusive and transparent process and incorporating a social science component into the ecosystem discussions, and then a communication tool for ecosystem science and council policy. And I was kind of thinking about how the FEP could support and build off the Gulf of Alaska Regional Actions Plans as part of NOAA's fishery science climate strategy and a holistic EBM approach. And I believe the 7 key objectives of the climate strategy fit in, and those are, climate informed reference points, robust management strategies, adaptive management processes, project future conditions, understanding mechanisms of change, track change and provide early warnings, and build and maintain adequate science infrastructure. And so I just wanted to use this opportunity to get this discussion on people's radar to start thinking about. And the Gulf discussion was flagged for the next Ecosystem Committee meeting, and we'll of course have a better understanding of when that may be at staff tasking, or I don't know, maybe at the end of your discussion of this agenda item today. So thank you very much. I guess I'm doing a public service announcement. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Council like to take any action? Mr. Twite.
Mr. Chair, we also have scheduled under the staff tasking some discussion of the PESEIS SAR, and I think some of the stakeholders are planning on testifying about their thoughts on next steps on the PSEIS under staff tasking. And so I think any motion relative to the PSEIS would be most relevant then. I'm just double checking with Ms. Evans, but that's my understanding of the situation.
Through the chair, we did indicate on the staff tasking memo and on the agenda that we were going to provide you that programmatic update on timing for the SIR under staff tasking. That's true.
So I did have a couple of other just thoughts, not motions, relative to the report from the Ecosystem Committee. One is just that I think it's pretty clear the committee will probably need to meet again fairly soon, probably partly because we didn't get all the way through our agenda, as Ms. Peterson pointed out, and the issues continue to sort of pile up as well. So committee members were expressing an interest in meeting again, at least before the February meeting. But it seemed like you're trying to meet before the December meeting might be too much of a lift. So sort of shooting for that time frame. I guess that's also maybe a staff tasking issue as much as anything, but just wanted to flag that now. And I have some notes on EFH. I'm not finding them, so maybe I'll just ask for a tickler to talk about EFH briefly during staff tasking, unless Ms. Evans has those notes handy and can quickly review them, because I'm having document management problems at this point.
Special delivery.
Good. I think no. Now, this is truly embarrassing, but thank you, Diana. These are indeed my notes. Unfortunately, she knows how to get to them. The committee has been tasked with looking at some of the preliminary materials for the EFH 5-year summary report that is scheduled to come before the council in February. Our recommendation from the committee and my recommendation today is that the council take a close look at that report when it comes out and think about next directions for habitat research and analysis and cumulative effects. And there was a fair amount of emphasis placed on making sure that we did have a clear sense of cumulative effects. So I propose that the Ecosystem Committee further flesh out some of those recommendations in February, which is another one of the reasons we were thinking a meeting prior to the February meeting would be necessary. And then just regarding marine debris, as you already noted, there's really no need for any council action at this point, other than providing a platform for the folks working on the marine debris action plan and administering the funding to get the word out to stakeholders about both. I'd be happy to answer any questions about either of those, but I don't think they need a motion.
I don't see any questions for you, Mr. Twite. Okay. Might be getting to that time of the day. Okay. With that will let's clear out our D items. So let's see. It's 4:10 now. Clearly, we're not going to get through with the staff tasking agenda item today, but I think we probably could take the staff report from Mr. Witherell and get a reminder of what we're going to be dealing with tomorrow before we get to public testimony. So with that, Mr. Witherell.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start on the report, I just want to go over the list of items that have come up during the meeting that council members have indicated they would like to bring up. So I'll go down this list and you might want to mark these down. The first was Mr. Curlin mentioned that he was going to bring up a request for analysis for Cook Inlet salmon. Mr. Mesereau mentioned he was interested in a letter, comment letter on the recreational fisheries policy. Ms. Drobnica brought up the Area 4 vessel use cap exemption, and I think that's the interim issue. Next one is Ms. Kimball brought up potential council comments or action on the TEC interim policy on minimum age. Mr. Twite brought up the next steps for the trawl EM committee, including projects and composition of the committee. And you also mentioned EFH, but I think you just dealt with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I believe. So that's my list. Council members may have other things to add that they should put on the floor now or just to mention so that the public can comment on them when we get to it.
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do anticipate having an item to follow up on the PCFMAC discussion.
CFMAC.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
just
Twite.
adding to that, to facilitate that, my intent is to bring back the motion that's been tabled in order to open up the table for Mr. Curlin's thoughts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further to flag?
Okay,
Mr.
just to
Witherell.
go over the items that you have. We do have an updated committee list reflecting the changes that have occurred with the since June with the appointment of new council members. You did receive nominations for two groundfish plan team members, and you'll announce that at the end of the meeting. We also had a call for nominations for the Salmon Bycatch Committee, and if you're ready to announce those at this meeting, you could do so, or at some time in the near future, and we'll get that committee going. Also in June, the council called for nominations for 2023 for the advisory panel and SSC members, and those nominations will be accepted through November 15th. You also indicated in June that you intended to talk about perhaps including a tribal representative seat on the advisory panel. And if that's the case, you probably want to do that through a motion at this meeting. Also, the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee, the PNCAC, does 2-year appointments. So we need to call for those nominations in our newsletter for appointment. In the action memo, I go over the planning and status for the various committee meetings that are upcoming between now and December. And of note, we have a SSC workshop planned for February that I talked about in the reports. So we've also posted on the e-agenda updated 3-meeting outlook that we took a stab at in our staff huddle earlier today. So there's that for you to take a look at, and I'll walk through some of those items, as well as our standard update on the groundfish work plan and the various staff responsibilities. You mentioned the programmatic supplemental information report. And as Ms. Evans mentioned, the staff is intent to collect information to develop a new SIR and bring that back to you sometime in 2023. Next, I wanted to talk about the December 2022 agenda. And of course, the SSC is busy with groundfish specifications, so they won't really have all that much else on their agenda. And if you look at the 3-meeting outlook, you can see that we have a couple of big issues for the December meeting, including the initial review of the snow crab rebuilding, the adoption of final groundfish specifications, the review of the emergency request for emergency action on red king crab savings area, that analysis that goes along with that. We have a whole lot of salmon bycatch papers coming forward, including any recommendations from the Salmon Bycatch Committee if they have an opportunity to meet and review that, including the Alaska Bycatch Task Force findings. And at the December meeting, we typically take final action on the measures for the charter fishery. Now, we're planning to have the council meetings start on Thursday following the SSC meetings in this room like we did for this meeting in December as well. So the council would again start on Thursday, and you can plan on staying through Tuesday. Just to update, we've had some changes in locations of meetings, a little scramble here to make sure we could have a meeting in 2023 when we realized that the new convention halls in Juneau that were originally planned and then also in Kodiak would not be completed in time for our meeting. So Shannon was able to secure some rooms in Sitka, and we do have that nice facility, convention facility in Sitka. So we'll be meeting back there again next year. Mr. Kneen's final meeting at the June 2023. Also, as was mentioned earlier, our February, we made commitments for the hotel in February 2023 and 2024 at the Renaissance. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was tasking priorities. As we look to setting our priorities in the 3-meeting outlook, you'll notice that, for example, the April agenda is not well populated yet. The February meeting as well, because we weren't quite sure what to put on that 3-meeting outlook, given some unknowns relative to tasking of staffing availability and what your priorities might be. And you heard earlier in the meeting from Mr. Kurland about limitations of SF staff on the ability to help out with analyses or to work on non-priority issues and getting rules done. And so, Ms. Evans took the initiative to put together a table as an attachment here to kind of lay that all out for you to better understand what the issues are that are on our future agendas and what we're currently working on and how those priorities fall out and as to whether or not SF staff need to be involved. And that should help you as you state your priorities and thinking about timing of when we might get to addressing these issues. So that's kind of I think, a very informative table, and I'd encourage you all to take a look at that tonight as you think ahead on what you might want on our next meeting agendas for the next few meetings. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is really for Mr. Witherell after he went through the 3-meeting outlook and was describing the workload in the December meeting. And I don't think in my time on this council, I've ever been at one of these meetings and we didn't complete the workload. And this looks like one of the more daunting ones I've seen. Do we have a way to stay an extra day or start a day early or some way to make sure that we can complete this? Or do we want to talk at staff tasking maybe about something that's tentative that we remove? I don't know. This isn't my job to schedule this stuff, but this is a daunting schedule of really complicated and important issues all in one meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mesereau. Yeah, you'll notice that for the first time in a couple of years, we didn't put out a kind of draft agenda for the next meeting, a draft schedule and agenda, because really we weren't sure what we were going to have. And the current 3-meeting outlook, you'll note, doesn't include any mention of Cook Inlet salmon either. So you're right. I see a very big agenda, and I can't recall off the top of my head if we have this hotel room reserved for Wednesday. But if as we look to lay out the schedule for that meeting, we find that we think we're going to need Wednesday, we'll certainly try to secure those rooms.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe my question is also for Mr. Witherell. I'm on the 3-meeting outlook, the in-meeting 3-meeting outlook, and the batter's box, and trying to think about before we hear testimony, your request for direction on prioritization. The program and allocation reviews on the right side of the batter's box, there's 3 of them, and they all have the same year in parentheses behind them. What does that mean? We got the work plan, for example, for Amendment 80 program allocation review at this meeting. Is the intent to complete it in 2023? And is that the same for CRAB and IFQ? I'm just wondering, I don't need to know specifically, I guess, or I'm not asking specifically, but what's the general intent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Our program reviews and allocation reviews kind of fell off a little bit from COVID, and we ran into some staffing issues, so we're running a little behind. And these, for example, Amendment 80 should have been done this year. Obviously, we just reviewed the work plan, and it won't be completed this year. It will be completed next year at some point, we hope. The other years for the IFQ program review and the CRAB program review, I think, were the original years that were listed in either the 7 years have come up, so they're due. I think as long as we initiate some work plan, or you get an opportunity to even look at a work plan, I think we're on the right track. We're trying to achieve what we're supposed to do. But those work plans, I mean, those program reviews and allocation reviews are things that if we have staff available, it's something we can mostly do in-house. So the timing, we might have an opportunity to knock off a couple of those in the next 6 months or a year, as we don't have a full NIMS SF staff contingent to help.
Further questions for Mr. Witherell? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, were you asking the council to think about populating February and April at this meeting, or just highlighting that for the future that we will be filling up those spaces? Because it seems like there are a couple items that we're not going to know how large they are or if they're in the council's lap until December. And trying to speculate on that at this meeting seems a little pointless.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think you're right. I did want to make you aware of that. Certainly people have interests in pushing certain projects over others, and we're always interested to know what your individual and group priorities are. And we may be able to get at 1 or 2 of those by April, at least our council staff portion of those, if there's some item that needs to be moved along earlier than others. But you're right. It's hard to look at the crystal ball right now, given the unknowns, and tell you what I can see happening at the April meeting. I just can't.
Further questions for Mr. Witherell? Okay. So let's go ahead and, let's see, yeah, coming up on 4:30. Let's go ahead and break for the day. Come back at 8 a.m. and start with public testimony. See you tomorrow at 8.